Hello, am I back? That's the first. Why is that like... How is that... Hello? Anyone on the other side? Whoops, yeah, you you don't say. I was like... Huh. I see... Hello again. So I'm using like a program called SNAS that I can use to update like on-screen text for like the countdown when I start the stream and such. And usually I close it down once I'm done using it. And I literally just did that, and I don't know if I misclicked or what the fuck happened. But Streamlabs OBS kind of just like closed down, so I haven't actually tried to see what happens if you do that. Just like deliberately close down Streamlabs. But yeah, it just closed down and shut down the stream just like poof, you did. So that was stupid. It happens, I guess. Also, don't mind... okay, this is fucking driving me insane. Actually, do mind that. Ah. Get rid of some junk. Shift C does save me in some of these instances. Okay. Because I can't focus on on this other thing if it keeps going blip. But you say that this mod adds like... It's like a heavily based on chemistry. Could be interesting to try out one day. Wow, those are fucking massive windmills though. What, or wind turbines, what the hell? Damn. You can't dump chlorine. I mean, I've been trying not to randomly destroy materials like sulfurous gas and such. Like, I know I can just burn it and it pollutes or whatever, but I'm actually actively trying to prevent that. But what it sounds like is that you're working on like a lower level thing, so I don't know. I mean, chemistry, having played both Bob's mods and, you know, right now I also have like some chemistry going on, or available to me at least, because you can do electrolysis to get chlorine, hydrogen, oxygen, all that stuff, and make ammonia and some other things. I don't remember how crazy it is. I don't know how, or let me rephrase that. I don't know how crazy it gets with Krastorio, but I do remember with Bob's mods it gets pretty nuts. With like a lot of gases being thrown around and combined in various ways. It's not so bad. Yeah, I mean, I've started out with the Bob's mods before, so I'm a little bit more used to it now, but I remember like the main thing about using Bob's mods is that I seem to recall it works together with bioindustries. So some of the things for bioindustries required you to do some pretty advanced stuff compared to vanilla. I seem to remember so. Because we were being a little bit overwhelmed when me, Peak, and Mac played it some years ago now. Knowledge has a lot of byproducts and stuff as well. See, I feel like there's already like some annoying byproducts with this. Like, for instance, the sulfurous gas is the main thing that I'm trying to get rid of. I have figured out a way to get rid of it though. I just haven't set it up yet. Because I did notice that you could actually just burn it as a fuel if you convert it into sulfur. It's not the best fuel, but it does work as one. So that's one of the things I want to try at some point. Starting pipes only allow 40% pressure. What does that actually mean in that it only allows like 40% pressure? You can only like transport 40% gas slash liquid through, or is it because certain things require certain pressure in order to like transport it? Sorting out all this stuff is going to be a nightmare. I've gotten a little bit of a head start because I've been like setting up these sorted logistics provider chests, but oh, that's right. Oh, what am I doing? I could just copy them over here. Yeah, this doesn't really make any difference. So you need pumps and stuff to fill them, and it drops off with distance. And you'll unlock better as you progress. I see. Yeah, because right now with this, it's like, oh, you start out with these water and steam pipes separately for gas and like... Actually, I don't remember if they only transport steam, but then later you can just go back into iron pipes. And I don't even know if there's like any reason to go into steel without it just being like higher durability. Because even the underground pipes here, they don't transport further. Like, they still only go to a length of 20, so... But I don't know. What I do know is that I need to figure out something here, though. Let's just do this cheeky thing here. I might regret this at some point, but right now I don't care. I just really need to get some stuff moved. And of course the bots, they don't really I don't even know if they get the power necessary at the moment. Yeah, okay, right now they do, but I've had some pretty bad power spikes because I had to recharge all these little friends of mine. But yeah, ever since I started remodeling the base, the aliens have been kind of quiet. There's like one base down here which has kind of been wrecked completely, but I think that's okay considering there's no pollution going down there at the moment. They can just like chill out for a sec. But it's gonna be a while before everything is back in completely working order, though. That's like the main thing at the moment. Because I am not even making these electric crushers and such yet. I'm just like trying to figure out where I should put everything. That's like one of the main challenges at the moment. Figuring out where to put things and then how to actually build them. And yesterday I was going back and forth on so many design options that it was like... which one do I choose? So I like go a little bit back and forth on various projects on this build, trying to not get stuck on one thing but also not burned out. Speaking of which, just want to do a little bit of terraforming here. Because now that I've got all this fertilizer stuff, I better use it whenever there's like plenty of it. I've sort of just been like making the whole place more green as I go. Expanding the factory. Leaving everything that's already pretty much grass, but roughly like covering everything else that I'm a bit uncertain about. And I do know that with Factorio you can technically, you know, make those grass types and all that just using regular stone, but I think that's a little bit overpowered for use outside of like what Factorio is for, which is just decorating. But since it does have, like, as far as I know, a game effect, game balance effect, I would rather use the fertilizer. Can't remember what the stats on it are, but Bioindustries basically gives you two options. You can make common fertilizer, and you can use common fertilizer along other materials to make super fertilizer. But I seem to recall, and it doesn't say here, does it? Just says it's far better than common fertilizer, but it doesn't tell you any specific stats other than this is used to build green grass 1, and this is for green grass free. As far as I remember, the first fertilizer is just like less efficient in terms of converting, cleaning up pollution. So if you make this improved one and turn a bunch of tiles into this grass instead of a desert, then all of a sudden all the tiles in your base help fight pollution. And I don't know if that's what's going on in this corner of the base over here, but I have a suspicion that because I terraformed this entire place into like a lush green area, that has an effect on it. If I planted trees along that area too, it definitely has like a noticeable effect though. Because depending on the surface that you plant these saplings on, I seem to recall there's like a chance basically on whether or not they grow into a tree. And if it's a barren type of tile like a sand or something like that, the chance of it growing into an actual tree is heavily diminished. Whereas if it's grass, it's very likely. So if you want to grow forests, you definitely want to convert it into some kind of grassy terrain. However, I don't know if there's actually like, I assume so, but you never know, if there is any like direct compatibility with the alien biomes mod. But assuming there is, you know, you would imagine that certain tiles there are also affected in the same way. But I don't know, maybe the alien biomes mod doesn't really need a compatibility patch because maybe they just based on the vanilla tiles. And it seems to sort of be that way. Namely, like, if you think about it, you have like grassy terrain and then you have the sandy terrain and such. But then if you go up into this purple area, it's kind of the same deal. It's just purple grass and purple sand instead. You see what I mean? If you look on the map, it's a little bit more noticeable. So my guess is that for all like intents and purposes, this purple area, this purple grass up here, it's just like regular grass, it's just a different color. However, if we go into the snowy areas, that's more like a desert kind of thing, I would assume. Yeah, you don't know if they have any types of specific effects. I'm pretty sure they do, because sand definitely doesn't fight pollution as well as grass. The actual stats on the matter are a little bit wonky though. Also, like, sand slows me down more than grass. So there's that too. Not really like the main reason for terraforming though, but you know, it's another reason added to the pile. Do we want an additional gate down here? Or do I want to merge the roads? Guess I could do both. Why not both? But yeah. Actually, what am I even doing? I can just read up on it, because you guys might be curious to know as well. Factorio. Bioindustries. Let me see here. So we just take a look here at the overview for bioindustries anyway. So fertilizer. Use fertilizer to change terrain to grass. The trees grow better in grasslands than deserts, so there is that, which I mentioned. Also used in recipes to grow wood fasteners and biofarms. So that's the other use for it. Other than that, it doesn't really say much. If it like fights pollution or whatever better. Because obviously if we do go into the game, and we look at some of the production statistics and go under pollution, you can see like a measure for tiles here. And this number has gone drastically down. It used to say like 70, I think. And my assumption is that this is like the amount of chunks width of tiles that are fighting pollution, you know, rather than individual tiles. So the question is, does 27 tiles, like, or chunks, would that account for this amount of area? And like, how are the 27 isn't exactly a lot, is it? But assuming that if you'd build factories on top of everything and all that stuff, it would block it, including these asphalt roads. Maybe 27 is, or however much it was, is feasible. Especially if you have to count out all this entire part of the base. And then only this, like this segment up here, because water doesn't count either. And then removing, like, also counting out all the asphalt and all that. Then there's only like these major patches of grass here, so maybe that does add up to 27 chunks worth of pollution fighting tiles, but what do I know? I just know that unless it's been changed, that tiles do fight pollution. I mean, it says so, so you just have to assume that, I guess. And the bots are getting well underway removing the old factory. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of deconstruction. I've kind of just like decided that I want to remove at least a good chunk of the old factory before I continue building, because yesterday when I was building, it was sort of now I need to like remove a ton of stuff, and the bots just take a while to do that. So if they don't do it runningly, it's gonna take forever for them to like clean up the entire place. Especially because they need like power and all that stuff. And if I do it like, whoa, hello, runningly like this, my hope is that I have like a clean slate at some point that I can work with. Should be good. Because it's also annoying to have these random roboports here and there. Do need to be a little bit careful here though, because we have made our bullet production and it does go through this area. Don't want to remove that. Neither do we these oil pipelines. I'm also contemplating using ships to actually transport the gold back up to where it needs to be. Because right now there's like a gold deposit down here, but I couldn't make the train go down and then make a station so that it goes up and down like that. That would work too. Alternatively, I could like literally just load it onto a ship here and then sail it up to somewhere around here. Or maybe even build like a canal going through this area up here, since this is where the gold needs to be. I do have a train station to unload the gold already, sort of like built in preparation for whatever. But yeah, I don't know. Should I go for like a ship or should I go for a train? I can do both eventually. Because there's also, I think this is gold out here. Yeah, there's gold all the way out here too. So. But that's like in no man's land. Let me try and answer that. So I use vanilla trains, but I also have Krastorio specific like power train variants available to me at some point anyway. What's special about the LTN trains? I think I know which ones you're referring to. LTN, what does it stand for again? Oh, it's Logistics Train Network, okay. It's a scheduling mod, okay. Is it what makes it so special? Just looking at it right now. Like, what makes it better than the vanilla game? Because I've only ever used the vanilla system and it seems to do just fine, so I don't know why why you would need all this. Is it just like, because this is just the manager, I don't know if there's like more to it. I think this is the one, isn't it? Logistic trains stop acting as anchor points for building a fully automated train logistics network. All possible train configuration, just send all trains to depots and LTN will pick the suitable train for the job. They've got like a fucking manual as well. What the hell? Dear God. Let's just set up 3 types of stations. Provider, which provide a resource request to stations, which request, and then depots, which house trains. You can do that in vanilla too, though. But I think I know what it means, like what makes it different. Don't need to manually set up trains for each station. Yeah, see, I prefer that though. Or I don't see why that's like so bad. Maybe I've just never built to the point where it's like necessary. What I assume it means is that does it mean that it manages all these trains autonomously? Like you don't have to set up station names, you just have to define them as like a drop off and like what things to the drop off needs to request. Is that what it means? Because I've never like needed all these extended functionalities. I usually just say like, oh, this is a train that goes between any iron mine and iron drop off 1 or whatever, or iron drop off in the main base. Because I rarely ever get to make auxiliary bases like that. And then you just rename the train stations the same, so it just takes like whichever one is closest and available. And if you wanted to stop at a depot, just to make sure that it doesn't get stuck, of course, you would just have like an additional stop in somewhere in between, so that it goes there first, and then if it can, then it'll continue from there to the next stop. But it'll only do that, you know, when it's available, of course. Yeah, I don't know. I like tinkering with trains, so I don't know if I would want to automate all that stuff. It's like setting up the trains is probably not that bad compared to like how much time you're using on all these other things anyway. So we end up with much fewer trains, since trains are only scheduled when A, a station needs the resource, and B, a station can provide the resource needed. But like for smelting plants, at least from my experience, trains literally just run in pendulum constantly. Because they go to a station, they get unloaded, and immediately they go out and get more resources. And then the next train comes in and starts unloading. That's at least been my experience. Because the throughput demand is so high that very rarely will it completely stop. And for the low demand stuff like copper and such, you just, until you need more of it, you just like, copper's a bad example. Early game it's a little bit less demanding, so early game you don't need as many trains for that. So I usually just do one. Them roboports look compact. Oh, Selfire, that's because they're not roboports, they're robo towers. It's not quite the same. Okay, this is about where we don't delete any more of this. Nope, that needs to be. Let me show you. So these are robo towers. The range is quite limited, but you get them a little bit earlier than robo ports. So the idea is that they're like a stepping stone for regular robo ports. Probably don't need all these. Nah, because this is all empty anyway. Yeah, let me show you. So if I want industrial roboports, I need to do this research. And these tech cards have been like really hard to get because it's dependent on my oil refining plant. Let me show you. So it's like research right after the regular robo towers, but it needs that additional chemical, what's it called even? It's not chemical, is it? No, production tech cards from Krastorio at least. So these roboports though you can get much earlier. And in fact the first thing you do is research a personal roboport and then get the construction robots that way. So yeah, it's not too much further away, but it also requires more expensive materials as far as I remember. And it's not really that much worse. It's just the accumulator is the annoying part. Because I was making all the other stuff, it's just the accumulator. And then I needed the research. LGN has a learning curve, but definitely recommend giving it a try for a run sometime. It made your space exploration and Angel Bob runs much nicer. Alright. I think I said space engineers because I was like literally just this morning watching a Last Stand Gamers video on space engineers, showing off some of the new weapons in the latest update, which landed yesterday or something. Looks pretty cool, but I'm still like very skeptical about space engineers. Trains in space engineers would be interesting. Oh, you looked at it too. Okay. Yeah. I don't see. I don't know if we should get into that. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's the visual pack, but I mean you don't have to. From what Aaron was showing, there's like basically only very few items that are in the skin pack, and there's none like pay to win things, so there's literally no reason to either. It's lots of fun to play. Oh, the normal game that is. Yeah, see it's a combat update, so there's a lot of new weapons in there. There's like railguns and autocannons, artillery, regular sort of like tank cannon things. And I don't remember if I missed some. There were also some improvements to making automated like custom turrets and manned custom turrets easier. So there's that. I have space engineers, yes. But it was an interesting experiment, but I honestly don't think it's like it's a good single player game, but it's a terrible multiplayer game. It always has been and probably always will be. Of course, that, that's my opinion, so don't be like discouraged because I have a different opinion, but it's just like that game is never gonna work in multiplayer, period. That's just how it is. Like, you can say, oh, it works in multiplayer, but then everyone will say that, oh yeah, if you're like a small dedicated group of maybe 4 to 6 people. But that's like not the kind of multiplayer you would need for a combat update, would it now? Like, why do you need all these fancy weapons if the netcode for the multiplayer of the game doesn't even work properly? It's like they've got that sort of internal like Space Engineers joke going regarding the whole clang thing, which is cute at first, but it's also like it's still something that's around and exists, where clang just sort of refers to the clunky sounds that happen whenever your creation is about to burst and explode the entire server. So yeah, I have very strong opinions about that game. I literally bought it because it was like, okay, you know, they're working on a pretty cool game and multiplayer for this sounds really interesting, and we tried it and it worked absolutely terribly. Running a server for that game is not good. Like, it doesn't run well. You just like look at your creation funny and it just explodes on you. You know, it's an engineering game. It's not really like like a good multiplayer combat survival experience. Get what I'm saying? I hope it comes across well, at least. So the main takeaway here is that if you want that kind of experience, I would rather suggest going and playing what's it called? Imperial Galactic Survival? Never found the combat with much fun without mods. See, it's not just the combat though. Like, literally every part of Space Engineers is kind of like bad in multiplayer. Because as soon as you build something of just a moderately decent size, you have to start worrying about if you build it too big, because the server can just come crashing down. Even if you're if you're like 1 out of, you know, 6 people on a server. Exactly. That is the other point, making it terrible for like that kind of experience. You spend so much time and it's like, even with armaments and such, there's like no energy shields or anything like that. Like, no game systems in place that actually can avoid your, like, prevent your ship from taking damage. And then other like seasoned players will say, oh well, you can just like make a copy of your ship and then a hologram, but you still have to weld all the plates in place. So if you have to design your ship with that in mind, it's like, nah. You're looking at like spending 90 hours of gameplay just trying to figure out how to build the ship, and then maybe it works for multiplayer. No one's gonna do that. Not for the intent of combat anyway. So like, there are interesting thought experiments. Again, like Last Stand Gamer's earlier videos where he was like going through, oh, it could be like cool to like do camouflage on your vehicles and build in a certain way and all that for combat and such. But in reality, like, where would you apply all this stuff? You know? Unless you can literally spawn in a vehicle like that based off of some kind of like global resource pool. It just doesn't seem feasible to me, you know? Yeah, it takes just as long to repair it after one combat encounter. Welding from the hologram doesn't work very well as well, yeah. Because you miss parts in the middle. Exactly. Unless you like make a dedicated welding framework to actually like a repair bay or something. But it's like so much work getting it to actually function. Now that I've like sort of picked apart Space Engineers for not being so good for that kind of experience, so what can you play instead, right? So I already mentioned it. There's that game called Empyrean. Let me just show you. Empyrean. And it doesn't look as polished graphics wise Can we see some... This is what I was looking at. It doesn't look as polished always as Space Engineers in some ways. But on the other hand, this has to me been like a way better multiplayer combat experience than that is. Yeah. Okay, so you already know what I'm about to say then, Cellfire. Because in Empyrean, right, you have... So basically the way that it works for anyone who doesn't know, Empyrean is a very similar game to Space Engineers, except it's designed with multiplayer in mind. Meaning that it's got planets just like Space Engineers. You can travel between planets and into orbit, and there's like... also like... what do you call it? Asteroids outside of the sort of atmosphere of the planet and such. And you can go between the different planets using warp drives, which basically are like... They're called playfields, if I remember. And each playfield is like a mini server or whatever. And you can do ship-to-ship combat and all that, just like you could in Space Engineers. However, it doesn't focus so much on the engineering parts, so the game has way less moving parts. In fact, as far as I know, it doesn't really have any, unless you count like pre-animated things like ramps and such, and gateways and that kind of like. So you're not really working with like hinges and merge blocks in the same way anyway. Rather it's like, oh, okay, turrets have like, you put a turret here and then that's a turret, you know? If you want some things that move and extend out, then you build a ramp that allows for that kind of stuff. You liked it much better? Yeah. And blocks don't like... how is it again? I think the blocks do take individual damage, like in Space Engineers, but it's not as heavily focused on physics. So if I recall, it's more like you've got your entire vehicle and that's like a completed unit, and then yeah. Also got better PvE for single player, also multiplayer, co-op multiplayer PvE as well, because there's points of interest you can explore. It's got all the building blocks that you would want to make the shaping of your vehicle too. And it's like more balanced towards multiplayer as well, without going into too much detail. Repairing your ships is much easier, building your ships is much easier, because it's like you don't weld your blocks onto the thing, it's just... I can't even remember how it works. Do you craft the blocks in your craft and then it's just like you put them on? I can't quite remember. And you can remake them by supplying raw resources, exactly. So you have save your blueprints, and then you have an factory, which is like a virtual factory where you can deposit resources into, and then each blueprint that you make, depending on which parts you used, is gonna need like X amount of copper and so forth, or whatever materials the game uses. Meaning that if you just dump that from like your inventory into that virtual factory, and then you can queue up as many copies of your ship as you want. Then it just depends on the size, and materials used will sort of decide how long it takes for the game to craft that ship design that you made, or base for that matter. And then once it's done, you just select it in the virtual factory menu and say build, and then you literally like plonk it down in the world as one completed thing. So you can go into single player and design ships, assuming that you stay within the limitations of the server that you're intending to play on, because there can be limits like, oh, you're only allowed so and so many of the different tiers of turrets, and only so and so many blocks, right? But as far as I remember, if you actually build a ship on a server, those limits aren't really applied. It just means that if you make a copy of it, or if you want to repair it, you have to do it manually. But as far as I recall, it is actually possible. It's just that if it's destroyed, you know, it's destroyed. So it does also sort of open up that possibility for, you know, mega super ships without being, oh, I'm just gonna like jump on the server and I have this design that I've been spending, you know, weeks building, and then just curb stomp everyone with. Assuming you have the materials even. But yeah, I've played that with a couple of people. We didn't really get into the combat parts of the game because everyone was more focused around learning the basics at that point. And then we stopped playing, unfortunately, before we got into actual PvP. But PvP is also, depending on the server setup, can be optional. So there'll be like different solar... is it solar systems or planets? You can definitely go to different locations in space. And then, depending on the settings for that play field, it might be a PvP zone. Which is kind of cool. It's just planets, right? Yeah. And then those planets, they can have like, they have like an outer, what do you call it? Yeah. They've got like different areas. It's been a while, same. And they keep the game updated too, so it's pretty cool. Yeah. I don't remember. I mean, they did differentiate the areas between as playfields, so if it's like low orbit around the planet, then that is one playfield, and then the planet itself is another. And then another thing that they also do, at least as an option, they've got that on, had that on one of the official servers. They had it set up so that it was like you picked a team basically, and then the solar system, if you will, was set up in a way where you each, depending on your faction, started on like a specific starter planet with like low quantity of resources and a bunch of other stuff. Like basically a limited area. And you were allowed to build on there and have your things for an X amount of time before they would automatically be deleted. So the idea is that you use that as a staging ground for getting started and learning the basics and all that. And then, you know, what you want to do is move from those planets closer in towards the middle in this specific configuration anyway. And the first planets you could go to from that starting planet would be like PvE planets, and it would be a one-way trip. So you would be going to the PvE planets once you're ready, without being able to go back to the starting planet, you know, where no one can go to, basically. Just so that you get forced into like the world where everyone else is also at, you know? From there, you can then go further in and to like PvP and other higher tier PvE planets maybe, where in the center that's like where the high PvP zone is, with more rare resources or like higher density materials. And that is a contested area, so, you know, you'll basically be fighting players that chose the other faction. But they, as far as I know, won't be able to follow you back to your PvE planet. So you choose yourself if you want to engage in PvP and on your own terms, like when you want to do it and with which things, as far as I remember anyway. And the really cool thing about Empyrean is that this can vary from server to server, as I've kind of alluded to, meaning that any server could have any configuration of these planets. Like it could be a purely PvP server where every single planet is, you know, within faction PvP. You can define your own factions too, saying like, oh, okay, we actually want it to be a free faction, free-for-all, all times PvP server, if that's what you want to do. And what's even cooler is also that the whole resource framework for like materials and stuff is also sort of tailored towards to an active server environment. So once a resource deposit has been completely exhausted, a couple of things can happen based on the server settings. One thing you can do is say like, oh, okay, every X amount of days, like every second day, all the ore deposits on this particular playfield reset, you know? So you would probably do that for the starting planet, that each day all the resource deposits would reset. But then for some of the more dangerous zones, maybe it would be every 7th day. I think for the PvP zones, it was either every week or every month they would completely reset too. So there's like a lot of configuration options you have to managing these different areas, so that for PvP it doesn't end in a stalemate where you have, you know, an alpha tribe, like using ARC terms, basically hogging the whole system to themselves simply because they've been established for weeks and weeks, you know, and just curb stomping everyone who tries to enter. Because after a certain while, their base is just going to be wiped. And then, you know, what you can do is you can take away resources with you on your ship and such, but the base does. I'm just tearing down the old base. All this is gonna go apart from this refinery down here. But all of this is gonna go. Especially all this stuff over here. Because I want to clear it up so I can build a proper factory now. After all, as you can see, a lot of this is even running on Steam. I haven't remade everything yet. I've remade the most important things to sort of like build the new factories almost. So over here now, this is where the belt production is. And let's see, we've got ammunition being made here too. So I can protect myself. And over here somewhere, that's where the inserters are, and I actually got the blue ones now too. So that's basically the current thing. I am still also making the yellow and red ones just for good measure. But yeah, I want to get like rid of all this old stuff so that I have a more clean slate to work with. Because these roads that are here are definitely going to stay. But I need to figure out where the trains are going to be. Like for instance, I don't know if I want to keep this part down here or if I want to move that somewhere else. But so far at least, the refining plant here is pretty final. I might move some of these resource deposits here somewhere else. But I haven't quite made my mind up on that. There is also this plant here which makes explosives and water tiles, which, you know, works just fine. The only thing is that I need this sulfur that currently is cut off, of course, but I need to get that up here somehow at some other point, you know? And right now it just goes through the whole bloody thing, so... Because this was built after that factory, it's like a bit of a serpenty spaghetti kind of junction. But yeah. That's also why the pollution is so retracted right now, is because I've just been like slowly decommissioning the old factory setups. So yeah, so that's what's currently going on too. But yeah, there's plenty of things about Empyrean that really make it a decent like multiplayer experience. Because like there's no moving parts, it just runs. Compared to Space Engineers, which doesn't really run. Just to mention like one example, you know. It's also one of the most annoying parts about Space Engineers is like, oh, you just build a mining ship? Oh, you didn't design it properly because physics and actual engineering principles and such? Right, okay, let's just completely blow up your ship and you're back to square one, even though you spent like 10 hours building this bloody thing just to get started. You know, it's like a really steep learning curve for most people to go through all that. And it's part of why, again, it's not a good multiplayer experience, because it's only really catering to the really hardcore people that want the engineering experience, but not so much the ones that just want like a, oh, I've got like 2 hours on a Saturday night, you know, kind of situation. And Empyrean can kind of like fill that gap, because you can jump into the action fairly easily. And even if you take a break from Empyrean, you can get back into it quite easily. And because of all the resources respawning through different conditions and such, the world also never gets completely exhausted, so, you know, you don't run out of materials to actually play the game. You can also say that way that in the more contested zones where resources don't respawn as frequently, That's also grounds for actually like doing active PvP. And I mean, you can still design really cool looking ships in it. It's just functionality wise, it's a bit more on the basic side. The main gripe with Imperium that a lot of players have mentioned though, which I think is worth mentioning, is the way that movement on ships work. Because if you are in like a large, because they've got like small grid ships and large grid ships, just like in Space Engineers to a certain point at least. The main thing that a lot of people don't like was, I don't know if that's actually even a thing anymore because it's been a while, but when we were playing it was a thing where you couldn't move around ships while they were moving. So if you were a crew of say 3 people on a large grid ship and you were wanting to move into space, everyone needed to be seated. So even if you like, you can make docking bays for small fighters and such, but you can't undock, you can't even sit in those and undock while the ship is moving because of how the physics of the game works properly. You know, say you make like a sharp turn in the capital ship while someone's trying to undock, they get like, you know, they don't move along with the ship, so they just get smashed into the side or through the hull of the ship in its entirety, you know? So, only good thing there is, of course, the game doesn't really have physics collision damage, so it's not like in Space Engineers where you crash into something, your ship is toast. It's actually very generous on that, so... And it only takes like, what, like a few hours and you can have your first mining vehicle, which in Imperion doesn't come in the form of like a flying craft. It's specific to something like a, what's it called again? It's a hover vehicle in there. So it's a ground-based one, which is similar to like the small frame fighters in the game, but it's like its own thing, you know? So it's very limited in what it can do. But yeah, they don't use wheeled vehicles. It's a weird thing to say, but yeah. However, even though you are seated on like a capital ship, you can still operate things from within any like seating position. So it's not because you need to walk around, say you wanted to manage like resource distribution or crafting of things. You can do that all from the safety of your seat. And I think they probably deliberately did it that way just to ease on the whole performance of the game. Because since you can't move around on a ship while it's moving, it's probably because, you know, in Space Engineers, if you're like a person walking around a moving ship, there's like physics interactions with everything, right? All the different individual blocks on the ship, and your character has to be repositioned according to the direction the ship is going, including its rotation and everything, you know? So there's a lot of work there from like a computer performance standpoint to make sure that your character, say, doesn't clip through the walls or does weird shit whenever the ship is going like super fast or does a sudden maneuver or anything really. So that's at least my presumption. I think it's pretty valid too. So that's where Imperium does better in terms of the combat side of things, because it's like easier to build, getting into it and just like recover from losses. That's probably the biggest one too. Recovering from losses, for sure. Because it's like you were saying, or like Ikwa, was it you, Selfire, that said that? It's like if you build something and it takes like several hours to just build it, you don't want to like run the risk of losing all your hard-earned work within a couple minutes. One of the most infuriating experiences I've had multiple times is building a atmospheric thruster-driven ground-based flying vehicle in Space Engineers, and then not accounting for the fact that ore accumulates weight into your cargo containers. So when you're like nose down mining into the ground in Space Engineers for minerals and your inventory is filling up, eventually your thrusters are not going to cut it and you're just going to plummet straight into the hole. Yeah, every time you do combat, 1 hour to make and 1 minute to destroy, then 3 hours to repair. Exactly. Even if you have a blueprint, like working with the holographic projector and such is just a pain in the ass. In Empyrean, it's just like, oh, you lost these parts, so they're now like holographic blocks on this grid. Do you want to replace them? And then you're like, yes, thank you very much. Rebuilt. And I think, if I remember correctly, that's how it works, right? And then it's like, you can only do it outside of combat or if the vehicle is parked or something, right? There's like some limitations to it. Yeah, it's definitely been a while, so I wouldn't remember either. Another game that works well for multiplayer that does a lot of similar things too has a button to auto-fix to get your blocks materials. Yeah, I think so. I do recall at least that it's very convenient and easy to do in Empyrean. So yeah, if you want like that build your own spaceship experience without like all the hassle of Space Engineers, then definitely that is what I would recommend. Exactly. So another game, do I want to do this? Nah, those black spots can stay, I think. But another game that works or has the ability to, at least to work in a similar way, although graphics are much further away from like say Empyrean and especially Space Engineers, is like which one to choose. There's actually a couple of them. There's something called Star Made, which is like it's more focused on the orbital part of space exploration, if you will, as far as I remember. Like you can still go to planets and such, but it's much more heavily focused on the space exploration as far as I can recall. It's also a bit more like playing a space exploration based Minecraft from what I remember, because the graphics are not, you know, it's like closer to Minecraft than it is Space Engineers, let's put it that way, because of course it has its own style and such. Say even if it's blown to bits and you can't even see what it is, yeah, exactly, as long as there's like enough blocks, some blocks left on the grid, you can repair it. So but yeah, Star Made is another game that, if my memory serves correctly, works pretty well for multiplayer too. It does a lot of the same things I did mention for like Empyrean when it comes to performance of the game. So, you know, simplifying all the physics interactions as a TLDR, I suppose. Some things that I seem to recall it does differently though is that I'm pretty sure that if you're multiple people, you can actually walk around on your spaceship at the same time as it's flying. But it's like, how is it again? I think it's a bit more of a mix between Empyrean and Space Engineers though, because I seem to recall that it also has like moving parts similar to Space Engineers, but in a more simplistic manner or something like that. It's hard to explain. It's been a while since I played it, and it's like been in active development for a while. I don't remember if it is currently, but might be worth checking out. Again, it's just called Star Made. Let's see. Yeah, I last played in 2018. Last update was January 24th. then December last year, and October last year, a couple of updates. So yeah, it is definitely in active development. Let me just share while I'm at it. So this is like what StarMade looks like. As you can see, it's a bit more blocky, so to speak, than the others. It doesn't rely on like a lot of prefab materials, and even the asteroids are all just a bunch of blocks. There's like some people have made some really cool ship designs in this too, by the way. So if you guys are curious about that one, I also seem to recall it's not like the most expensive one either, so. And it does also have planet side things, but again, more blocky than than the others. From what I recall, it does run pretty well as a result, though. If you want something a little bit different, and something that's more like EVE Online, because I think this is also worth mentioning, Avorion. I would definitely, like, I recommend Avorion any day. Avorion is pretty fucking good. I've played it a little bit. It's a game that's really good if you wanna design like large scale ships in a game that runs really well. Like, you can sort of see how the building system works. It's also very blocky in this one, but you have more shapes to work with, and the general gist of it is that blocks don't have like a fixed size, so you've got the shapes, but then you can morph those shapes into different sizes and aspect ratios. So if you want like a really long sloped piece, you can totally do that. You just like scale it accordingly. If you're into like like games that focus on these like what is it, like 4x, not 4x games, but it's like a I mean, for me it would be a fun EVE Online, but it plays more closely to like more traditional games and like space exploration games in the genre. I don't know all the names of them, but you might have seen some of them. You know, you've got the star map with the different solar systems. You warp between solar system to solar system. Each place has like their own unique characteristics, like a spaceport. It has maybe a yard, a construction yard, you know, different resource gathering platforms, trade station, all that stuff. Freelancer. Oh. So not yet. Yeah, I've spent like a good time in this. Like, what makes this game really, really good is that, like, the balance, I would say. It's like the balance in this game is pretty good compared to, and it gives you so many options too. Like, yeah, that's true. You can design your own turrets, you can design your own space bases, you can design your own fighters if that's what you want, and the components you use and the design of at least your ships all matter. So if you put more hull blocks on your ship, it's gonna have more hit points. But you could use some of that space for a hangar, sacrificing hit points for the sake of being able to harbor, you know, combat vessels, or more engines, making you sort of be able to pick up more speed. There's just so much here, and it's got random gen in there too, so you know, you can basically always encounter some kind of challenge, and the world is just like fucking massive. I've got like a ship design in here that I was pretty fond of, which maybe I can show off one day. But the general gist is that you can just do like so much stuff in this, especially if you're into ship design. If not, then it's not too difficult to make like functional ships either. Like, sure, like the position of your turrets matter and such, but it's not like it has to be pretty. It's not like it has to be symmetrical if you want to. It's pretty good. One thing that it does for balance as well is like the bigger your ship is, the more turrets you can have on it. So if you've got a small ship, it's not like you can put any amount of turrets on there. There's also tons of loot to acquire, which is also sort of randomly generated. Quests you can do, and again, it's got multiplayer, so like I actually have contemplated trying this out on like a server one day, but you know, I don't know if I want to do that without playing with other people. It's definitely a game that you would get into for the long haul though, so. But again, it's one of those games where you can design your game in single player and then bring them onto the multiplayer server. Because just like with Empyrean, there's basically like different tiers of materials, and you can very easily convert your ship between different materials too. So if you made like a really cool design, but you want an earlier game version of that ship design, you can literally just tell the game, oh, convert all parts to like lowest tier, for instance. There's a little caveat here, which is that certain component types only exist from certain tiers and onwards, like hangers, for instance. They're like tier 3 and beyond or something, I believe. So if you're using the base tier materials, you just can't get hanger bays. Similarly, when you go further up, there's like new components. There's also like a pretty good progression in there, but converting your ship is fairly easy because it's not like Space Engineers where it's like, oh, this entire part of the ship is like, you know, 200 individual blocks put together. Rather, oh, here's the hangar bay, it's one block that is X by X by X large. Convert that to hull piece, done. So it's fairly easy. And at the end of the day, all hull pieces in terms of shaping and such, which are the only ones that can have sloped pieces too. I don't think there's any more than sloped, at least. But yeah, different like angled pieces and whatnot. Those are the only ones that can have that, the hull pieces. I'm kind of not correct. There are some more, but like functional ones, you know, hangar bays, batteries, processing cores, whatever there is in the game. Those at least you cannot get as like slope pieces, so if you make a ship design, it's pretty easy to convert basically. But yeah, I would recommend it Selfire. And it's like a learning process too. And it's got all the tools that you expect from like a ship designing game as well. Since building in Evorian is more close to like creative mode, Space Engineers or whatever than survival, right? You don't need to weld the blocks. You can literally like say, oh, I need a block that's this big here, and then boom, you just design it into your ship. And then when you're done designing your ship, you make the call whether or not, if you can, you want to convert your ship into that new design, even if it's just a revision. So it's like you've got options, and there's mirror mode and all this stuff that you'd expect from an editor like that. So, and again, you can save your ship designs, right? So considering that you've got most likely Steam Cloud saves enabled, once you design something, you can keep using it whenever you return to the game. And even if you need to, you can just go into single player and tweak the design a little bit. Most of my time in the game has just been spent designing stuff, honestly. Just because I like things that look cool. And since I did mention that turrets, for instance, have like it matters where you put them. The same goes true for literally any component. Because if you put like all your weak parts in the front of your ship, then when you're getting pelted by someone else, and if you don't have an energy shield yet, or if it's down, then the outermost components are the ones that are most vulnerable. Granted, in order to destroy a ship, you don't destroy the entire thing. That's basically like a hit point counter, if you will. And then if you take out someone's hangar, then it just means that that part is out of commission until it's repaired. But it's not like, oh, you need to destroy every single block on the ship in order to take it out. Once you get below a certain threshold of hit points, your whole ship just falls apart, if I remember. So it's pretty good. Combat is very nice in it, because there's also like a lot of PvE stuff you can fight. And there's a lot of things you can obtain too. Not just progressing your own ship, but you can also have, I believe, AI fleet members. So if you make multiple ship designs, you can start making a fleet and have it all work together. And you can like, I think you can switch between active ships as well. So you don't always have to fly around in the mothership if that's not what you want. You can have like a dedicated mining vessel design, but like, you know, have both ships in operation at the same time. And you can also, like, once you get to the AI crew part of the game, have those mining vessels along with like accompanied frigates or whatever you want, and say like, oh, go to this grid and mine minerals for me, please. And then it gives you a passive income all of a sudden. I think you can also make trade, yeah, you can also make trade vessels that then you can say like, oh, go between these areas, buy materials here, sell them there, and then so forth. So there's room for automation as well. So almost like a 4X game where you slowly build an empire. I don't remember combat-wise how it works. If you can like, say, have an actual armada or something which follows you around and doing all this other stuff. Personally, I've not had the need to, because at least my ship design was pretty strong compared to the AIs. But I think it's also like dependent on where you are. The worlds are also randomly generated, or can, yeah, I think they just are, period. So every experience is also going to be a little bit different, because random gen also involves like different factions and such. But you know, Evorin, definitely recommend. It's also not one of the most expensive games in the world either. I'm pretty sure you can actually get it quite cheap when it's on sale too. And it's like, when I first saw Evorin, I was immediately thinking, oh, okay, no reason to play EVE Online. Because that was basically like, when I got into EVE Online back in the day, when it was still fairly new, my childhood thought process was that, oh, is this like, you know, a space exploration shipbuilding game where you can actually like decide the loadout and design of your ships? That's what I was expecting. And then I got wholly disappointed when I found out that, oh, okay, so you buy pre-designed ship designs, and they have predefined hard points that you can only attach like certain things on. I was like, this is not what I wanted. So basically Evorin is that game that I wanted as a child, you know. I've played some games in the past that do something similar, because I really like the idea of, you know, you can design your ship the way you want, that you're not set to like, oh, this is what you get and you just make the most of it, you know. Because where's the fun in like an infinite expanse if you're limited to a smaller selection of like 50 vessels or whatever, which is generous for this type of game. Most like single player experiences only have like a very small selection. One game that also did it well was Space Pirates and Zombies, though unfortunately, you know, the experience there is a little bit limited, because eventually, because it's a story driven narrative and such, you just run out of things to obtain, and it's a little bit on the short end. Like, it doesn't take you long to get to that point, basically. Space Pirates and Zombies is pretty good though. The sequel isn't bad either, though I don't remember much about it because I did play it when it was finally released, and it worked very differently than the original game. But yeah, just my thoughts on those space exploration games, I guess. Freaking robots everywhere. It does feel good finally getting rid of this. At first I was thinking, do I like wanna tear it down all at once, or should I do it gradually? But I think now I'm assured, like, there's no going back now, of course. Like, most of this is already completely gone, but, you know, it's just nice that I can finally say goodbye to all this stuff. And I've got previous saves, so I can go back and reminisce on the good old days of Steam power if I ever want to, but honestly, I just want to forget a lot of this. Oh man, like this part of the factory to the east here, all this bronze shit, complete overkill design, because I only ever ended up using this for the combat bots up here and a little bit of construction robots, the bronze forestries as well, and then yeah, I think there's just these bronze shotgun shells, which is a prerequisite for the same combat robots. So it's not really like necessary to have this ridiculous setup here, and the only reason that was is because you need like bronze for the tech carts as well. So there's like, what, 4 or 5 things you need them for? And it took up this entire space of the base, which, if you think about the footprint that this has, it's probably gonna take like this little square here if I just compress it well enough, you know? Because the production is also just way overkill. But you know, when you don't exactly know what to expect, where to focus your resources and how much of it you need, then you just do stupid decisions. But now we know that I should just make like one bronze factory for ingots, one ware. Instead of making like a dedicated component factory like this, I just make the components where they're needed instead. And then if there's like something that requires a lot of components, say things such as these frames here, I've learned, of course, that's when you need to consider, okay, I need a dedicated iron frame factory for small and large iron frames, where large iron frames themselves requires computers, right? And they need a lot of components, but also take a long time to craft. So how many of these do you truly need, even though it takes like 70, almost a stack of iron just to make one of them? It's debatable, because like you use those for electric crushers, assemblers, and that kind of stuff. But I've noticed that if I go up into advanced, all of a sudden, oh, it's all steel now. Like no iron required whatsoever. So do I go straight for steel now? Because if I do that, I won't ever need to make the iron ones. I don't know. I think for now, since I'm still like in the earlier stages, I would probably just go for the regular iron ones as a early transition, like getting that back up and running. And then later when I'm more, yeah, because I just need the advanced motors, don't I? Which is also like just used for higher tier stuff, which is also steel and copper wire, where the only new component here that's very different is lubricant, of course. Because like I did make it over here too, very compactly. Where I'm both making the higher tier inserters and the lower tier. Just so that I've got both options, you know? Because I don't know if I'll be able to like provide enough steel, for instance, and a bunch of other crap, so... But at least I've got all the inserters right here, and it doesn't take like 2 separate factory setups. You know what I mean? Because if I only had like one inserter factory set up here, I would be wasting this patch where the regular ones are currently located anyway, so might as well do both. It does sort of take up space horizontally, but this time around I've sort of made some redistribution of certain components like these fermionic tubes here. I know that we'll need a lot of green circuit boards, but those tubes that are used for the circuit boards were also needed to make the inserters. So instead of making a brand new factory for those tubes, I just decided to send those resources along and then just make like a sizable production of those specifically, since you need a lot for the circuit boards. So there's more than plenty enough of overflow for those few inserters you're going to need if you sort of compare how much you need of either thing. Because you'll need way more circuit boards than actual inserters, right? I hope that comes across correctly. Just trying to like illustrate my thought process here. Also, part of the old factory was using tin and copper to make tier 1 belts and such, which I completely skipped those this time around. Since after all, in order to make them you need iron anyway. And now I don't need to make the small copper frames because, at least for that, which saves a lot of space. So we've got like wood coming down here. Trying to think if that's something... yeah. I think I'll just remove those factory setups up here and then worry about all those resources going down to that area later. Think that's gonna like reduce the amount of headache that I'm gonna get from this. So there's still plenty to remove. Just can't remove all those train tracks. Just need to make sure I don't remove those things down there. But yeah, like I've got... so this is also like part of the old setup, right? I've got like an ore crushing facility that makes copper ingots and tin ingots here. But there's no wash plant involved. Those resources are then used to make bronze, but since I've got these new, more like decentralized, or I guess these are actually centralized. Don't know what you would call these, but like processing plants, outputting all those ingots in 2 lanes nonetheless, of both copper and iron. It's more than enough. And for tin, like I could do 2 lanes, but I'm currently just doing 1, since I know that tin is not as important as copper. And it goes along a belt here, so I can pull that down in this empty patch I mentioned earlier, maybe. Make bronze locally, convert it into whatever things I need here, and it should be fine. Because since bronze is like an alloy, one of the things I needed for is like corrosive resistant iron plates, but other than that, you know, all the things are fairly easy to make. I don't even know if I need copper cap beams anymore. Because those were for the large copper frames. And what were large copper frames used for? Let's see, there's only 9 things you use these for. Yeah, burner mining drills, don't need those. Don't need steam laboratories, nor the assemblers, nor... yeah. So those are like completely unnecessary now. Because it's just like, oh, I'm using the electric versions, which don't need the prerequisite facilities anyway. So I can just completely write off that entire part of the factory. Which is also why, like, you know, you don't really need the steam-powered factory eventually. The one you start out with. And if I were to start over at some point, you know, with a new run or whatever, which I probably won't anytime soon, but if I were to give an advice to anyone starting from scratch, it would be that as soon as you get access or the possibility like to research electricity, try and beeline it as quickly as possible, because as soon as you do, you can start replacing your or building your iron production facilities out of things that use electricity. And if you do that as like a separated thing from your regular steam factories, you won't be in a situation where I am now, where a lot of the things are like 50-50 steam electricity some places. Because after all, this is electricity based. So even if I made the next tier, you know, advanced mixers and such, they still run off power. So you can easily upgrade that from you know, the lower tier electric ones. From steam it's a bit more difficult, I found, though, because you can't just say like, oh, upgrade the could you please upgrade the steam inserters, and so in other words, once you start laying out like electric production plants, it seems more permanent than the steam stuff, at least. There is still one thing I have noticed, though, which is if I go in and say pure copper mineral, for instance, and say usage, one of its uses as a higher tier thing I haven't researched yet is in an arc furnace, which will make molten copper. All right, molten copper differentiates from the crushed stuff in that you can cast it directly into plates and gears. Is that actually it? Just plates and gears? Okay. So I don't know if there's anything. Yeah, you can also melt it, like make the alloys from the melted point, but I don't know if that, like, what the resource conversions are, because I haven't messed with it yet. Suffice it to say, though, you can basically make these foundries that turn them directly into like some of the more annoying components, so you don't need to first cast them into ingots and then send them to an assembler, make those ingots into plates and gears. Which might be pretty relevant, considering that if you look at carbon steel plates, for instance, it takes 16 seconds for an assembler to make 5 plates out of 1 ingot. That's 3.2 seconds per plate, if you do the math, at least. Meaning that if you really think about it that way, it's really slow compared to copper plates, which take 0.8 seconds. So in the time it takes for an assembler to make copper plates, you can make like 4 times as many copper plates as you can, and you'll still only have 1 steel plate. So again, in another way to say it, you need 4 times as many copper plate factories to get up to the same throughput as the steel plate factories in order to get up to the same throughput as a single copper plate factory. Which of course takes up a lot of space. So for instance, these are, you know, carbon steel plate factories. Good thing here is that you don't really need a large throughput in order to produce the inserters and such, because, you know, once the chests fill up, you start building up a buffer. That's also why my power production hasn't really needed much expanding, since at the moment the main draw is all these robo towers recharging my little friends that help me tear down this factory of mine. At some point, though, we definitely need to worry about it, but now is not the time. Yeah, let's just freaking tear down this whole thing. It's also like these components. Yeah, that definitely needs to get removed. And like for the refineries, that's why I'm sort of wondering if I should move some of this Good thing is it's, you know, electricity based, so I can just copy paste it, tear it down, and then copy paste it back in further up. Since I've got robots now. But I need to like maybe do that because all these belts on this road, some of them need to go down into the refinery itself. So having like a little buffer zone between the factory and the pavement might be a good idea. Yeah. Like I've got like the see, like I've got copper plates going through the freaking area here as well. And that's just like an overflow from the bronze factory. So it's things like that I want to avoid moving forward. Simply because, you know, it's easier to do now than it used to. Clearing up all this space also might make it a bit clearer where the factories can go in comparison to where the ore deposits are. I'm also getting rid of all the yellow belts, which are just all over the place here. Got like some weird crossover stuff going on too. So this is like coal that used to go down there? No. Wood maybe? Eh, whatever. It might actually be coal. It's hard to tell. But yeah, also getting this entire area converted to like a grassy area is probably what I want. You know, basically making a safe haven in the shitstorm that is this alien-infested planet. Speaking of which, their evolution factor is 0.82 right now, so when they do attack, they come in some pretty large sizes at this point. Oh yeah, this also needs to be removed. That's that organic matter coming from these biolabs here. It's part of the reason why, oh yeah, I might want to move those, because those materials were used for military science and were basically being moved to the complete opposite side of the base through all the factories I had before. So this time maybe like condense things closer to where they're needed. I'll probably still do like a centralized research facility in one place and then funnel in resources to there. But because I have a better idea of which things you need for the research now, I can like plan it out much better. Is my expectation at least. It's gonna take the bots a while to get rid of all this stuff though. But in due time, That's also why I'm marking it all like all at once now. Because then I can put down these robo towers where there isn't any and sort of extend the reach and then not accidentally delete them afterwards when I'm marking more factory stuff to be removed. Including their power connectors, so... I haven't quite figured out why they decide to dump all their left extra additional materials on my person. That's something I haven't quite figured out why they do. When there's literally... I think the main thing that could be the case is because the storage chests over here, there's only like so many. And each chest basically gets reserved for like a specific type of resource. So whenever the bots come in with stuff, you know, they need, or pick up something, they need like a clear, empty storage, logistic storage chest somewhere that isn't already assigned a unique resource from someone else, so to speak. And maybe because there's so many resources, all the other stuff that they don't find a place to put, they just decide to put on me instead. Which is a little bit annoying at times because it does fill me up when I least want it. Or I want it the least. But yeah, this factory is gonna be fucking amazing. So I do also acknowledge that I might not be able to craft everything at home base eventually. We might run out of space. But that is Future Dragon's problem. And if you're sitting wondering like what all these mods do, but you think like, oh, okay, you know, all those mods are well and good, but it might be a bit much. There's also some of the mods that I'm using, for instance, that don't really like they add a lot of stuff to the game without being like difficult to grasp. So obviously there's Industrial Revolution and there is Krastorio, which with Krastorio adding all the more chemical side of production things like working with oxygen and hydrogen and all that jazz, chlorine, etc. But then there's also more, and Industrial Revolution adding to the steam stuff, which isn't too difficult, but you know, it's just a lot of stuff to work with. But then there's like the asphalts mod, right? And it's such a simple thing, it's just a bunch of tiles. But I think it adds a lot to the game. The asphalts mod, and then of course there's Factorio to further help you decorate your thing. Something I haven't actually used yet is these copper text plates, or these text plate mod that I also have. They're kind of cool. It allows you to write in in-world text by making these, well, plates basically. So if you want to in-world have like a sign on the ground that says like copper production or like copper iron whatever, say for your train tracks over here, and you don't just want the icons on the map or whatever, you can like make these text plates. Let's just make a few, because the way they work is actually pretty cool and ingenious. So whenever you select one of these, it opens up this UI up here. And these are all the possible letters in there. So what you can also do is you can type in a sequence here. So if I say like Dragon King, and I say confirm, and then you just like automatically finds the correct symbols and then puts them down like that. And then when you deconstruct them, they just give you the generic tile back, so you don't get like a ton of unique assets either. And then of course, you know, you can spice it up with whichever other things you want. And since there's different materials of plates, you can like make them different colors and materials that way. Yeah, I don't know, I just think it's really cool. And there are two different sizes of plates. I don't actually remember how big these are. Yeah, so these are like 2 by 2. You know, it's just the small stuff sometimes. Otherwise, there's also like, you know, the cargo ships mod, which it adds like a whole new aspect to the game, but it doesn't really like, it doesn't add new materials, so to say, you know? In fact, the only thing that it really adds resources wise is an alternative way of getting oil. And you can also disable that if you don't want to be able to make oil rigs in the water, but you know, why wouldn't you? So much fertilizer still. 19,000. What else do we have? I mean, bioindustries adds more complexity, but you know, if you just want a mod that allows you to grow trees, like regrow trees and deal with pollution, this is probably the mod for you. Because yes, it adds a few new resources, but it's not like insane and hard to grasp. And it's all centered around wood as well. There is some funky stuff when it comes to the chemical like processing, but it's literally just using the vanilla refinery. It's just like alternative recipes, which unfortunately don't seem to work with Industrial Revolution at the moment, though they are working on it. Because basically Industrial Revolution kind of reserves the refinery to their that one basic recipe that it normally has. So if another mod adds more recipes to the refinery, it becomes unselectable, which I don't quite understand why they did it that way. I mean, if it's because they didn't want you to have the advanced oil processing recipe, couldn't they just like make that recipe unavailable if the concern is that they also didn't want to like outright remove it? You know what I'm saying? Like, why did they have to make it so that you're not allowed to? Oh, hey Toto, how you doing? I saw you guys were playing 7 Days earlier when I was still waking up. Did Kyo and Cap go to bed? Would be around this time at least. I saw you guys had like a drone and stuff now, and a weapon that I think Kyo was wielding like some kind of machine gun that looked straight out of COD or something. It definitely didn't look like something I've ever seen in 7 Days before. Yes. Just yes. Drones look very fancy though. Are they any good? Could join Cap and Cheese. Oh, you're still playing? Or are you just saying generically? It's just like you guys are so far ahead now, and I only have like when I would be playing by myself most of the time, I feel, because whenever Cap and Kyo are playing, I'm like either sleeping or working on stuff. Generic, okay. So it's like the timing is just not great right now. I suppose. But that's like a usual thing when you're playing on American servers. So not be alone. Aww. Aww. I mean, it would give you more time to play the game as well. But I wouldn't want you to get burned out on it either. It's like, I don't know. When I'm done with the business classes, my time schedule is going to change back to how it used to be. Because right now I'm getting up at 8 AM during the weekdays. So I don't want it to get too crazy during the weekends so that I basically have to deal with the same thing every single week. But yeah, get up at 8, meet in for class at 9, and then 2 PM we're at the very latest we're done, which is when I get to go home. Which is also why, since normally I try to start streaming at the latest, if it's like earlier in the day, at 1 p.m. So if I won't be home until like, you know, 3 p.m., then that's already pretty late for me to start streaming. Because I would basically be able to stream for 2.5 hours and then I'd have to stop. Yes, because alone it's boring. Ah, I see. Oh, the new vanilla expanded mod in RimWorld? Which one? I saw they put out a new one. What was it again? Not too long ago. What was it about again? It's not the Ancients one. It's the other. It was the Pirates one. Pirates. Because they expanded the vanilla Pirates in the game to a more advanced system. I was looking at that one at least. They have marine suits from StarCraft. Yeah, what were they called again? Shoot. They called them something special. I can't remember now. But yeah, they say like, oh, how do they differentiate from like regular armor and such? Because it's like they basically had like you could put attachments on them or whatever it was. There were like restrictions on them. War caskets, yeah, exactly. I mean, I still have the Tiberium rim configuration ready to go as well. I just haven't really like felt in the mood to play RimWorld. And especially with getting back, since I've been getting back into Factorio now these last couple of days, weeks or however long it's been. You know, it's one of those things where if I put this down for too long at a time, I fear that I'll just lose interest. So instead of like diverting my focus too much, I'm like sort of narrowing down a little bit for the time being. But yeah, once I'm done with the business classes and such, my schedule is going to go back to what it used to be, which is getting up at around 10 a.m. and then doing stuff throughout the day. And then instead of going, you know, to sleep at, you know, midnight basically, I'd be going to sleep at around 2 a.m. again. So it's basically like shifted by 2 hours, which on paper doesn't sound like much, but in actuality it makes heck of a difference when you've been used to it for a very long time. RimWorld Naughty Mod also has updates. More funny now. More funny. Which naughty mod though? Like, what do you mean with that? Because I mean, there's the children's one, but I wouldn't really say that it's a naughty mod. But I don't know. You tell us, Toto. You're the expert. I've been like tearing down the old factory so that I can rebuild it into a new and glorious one that's more efficient and also uses better tools. We're making children one. Okay. I wouldn't say it's so bad. All things considered, the stuff that you can do in RimWorld, being able to make children is not, you know, the worst not safe for work thing, if you want to put it into perspective, you know? Because the amount of war crimes you commit definitely outweighs the severity of that mod. I think actually in comparison, is it called Birds and the Bees mod or whatever? I think that mod is way more wholesome in some ways, or can be at least, because you can get all the the school-based and teaching stuff in there too. Base vanilla or base RimWorld just leads up to like war crime simulator, you know? Yeah, it's depending on how a person plays it. I mean, even in vanilla, especially with ideology now, you can do some pretty questionable things, like being married to 20 women. Oh my goodness. Holy shit, welcome in, Raiders. Okay, 72 people. Wow. Wow, how are you guys doing? Tyrannosaurus hacks. Holy shit. We were just having like a little quaint chat about what I wanted to do and stuff. How are you doing? Let me guess. What were you playing? Factorio. Alright. Welcome in, Raiders. Have a seat. Well, how are you guys doing? What were you up to in Factorio there? Do let me know. I'm Dragon, or you can call me so. I'm a bit of a variety streamer myself, at least. Though for the moment,
they all look like ants from here.
God damn it, Toto. For the time being, playing Factorio, doing a bit of modded playthrough. This is my current setup. Got yourself into space exploration. Okay. Got yourself sort of stranded on a planet. Oh, that doesn't sound good. I've messed around with that mod a little bit. Who did it as well? Was it Ek? If Ek's still here, if you're still here, you also did that, right? I'm just doing Industrial Revolution and Krastorio without space exploration. But I'm doing something more in terms of like the main planet world gen. So to bring you up to speed if you want, what I'm doing is that we've got like a island world gen setup. So there's going to be a lot of water. And then I'm using some of the mods like Nox's swimming so that you can swim across water. And even getting attacked by biters and such, they like come across and such. But I haven't quite made it there. Isn't it prohibited for streaming? Not entirely, Wondergraph. There are some... It's like a debatable topic, I would say. It's fine, you just have to send... Thanks for that. Yeah, it's fine, you just have to send another rocket and realize your refueling system was running on fumes. I played around with it, but I never got to the point of actually getting onto another planet. I would say so too. IR2 definitely looks really good. I'm currently like, as you might be able to tell, using my robots to pull my old Industrial Revolution factory down because it was all over the place and I need space. Since, as you can tell, I only have like this little bit of land here. But nah, Industrial Revolution's mod page, if you will, in the frequently asked question, it says, they don't want you to stream Industrial Revolution if you're monetizing your channel, which is a very vague statement, and like it's a completely like a massive topic. But yeah, very neat factory. Oh, thank you very much, sir. I don't have much at the moment that's functional, but I've tried to like all the northwestern parts, that's like the new stuff. So we've got a bit of a tree farm with bioindustries going on here, which is what I'm running all my power on. So yes, we're running on wood basically. And then these 4 factories up here, that's a washing plant for iron, copper, tin, and gold. And then down here, this is like the newest things that I've built, so it's just like a repositioning of a lot of stuff I did have earlier. So here we are making belts, tier 2 belts, underground belts and all that stuff. And over here somewhere, let me see if I can find it, we've also got inserters. So I've got the very basic thing set up only, and I'm just like trying to get rid of all the old stuff. Aren't you affiliated by Twitch already? You mean got 200 followers, etc. Haha. Well, see, that's the thing, Wondergraph. I'm not affiliate by choice, so there's that. No. It's fine. It's fair, and like, I appreciate it. You're not the first one to mention it either. I find it a very interesting topic, honestly. But as Toto mentioned, you know, I don't monetize my channel, so in that regard, technically I'm okay. But I mean, it's a weird topic because I don't understand why the Industrial Revolution offerer did it like this. Like, why they don't want you to play it if you're quote-unquote monetizing your stream, which is a very fluid term, you know? When are you monetizing your stream? I mean, I'm taking in tips through like Streamlabs, but you know, I've got a Patreon. Does that mean I'm monetizing my stream? I don't know. It's like weird. Also, and this is just me saying this, and I could be wrong, but as far as copyright laws and such goes, because I've at least looked into it, there's a very good possibility that even though they put it in their frequently asked questions that, oh, you're not allowed to do this because of our license or whatever, that even though they put that in there, that it doesn't hold any weight. Because the thing is, they are still uploading their mod content to the Factorio's mod portal, and I haven't looked into it, but I would assume that the mod portal has its own terms of use. Specifically, you know, to protect mod offerers. So say, oh, you know, you're not allowed, stuff like you're not allowed to re-upload someone else's mod, for instance. And it's very likely that they are technically bound, Industrial Revolution mod offers are bound by the terms of service there, and as a result, you know, they can't just say like, oh, you're not allowed to use our mod, because at the end of the day, what are they going to do, you know? So it's like really difficult to grasp.
You're a fucking
Thanks, Toto.
nerd. You're a fucking nerd. No one likes
Yeah.
you.
See,
No one likes
that's the part, right? So I'm technically monetizing my stream, but am I really? Because if you really want to be nitpicky about this, because they are bringing it this far with their mod page thing or whatever, I'm not monetizing the stream. I'm monetizing my performance on my stream. I'm monetizing myself as a person. If you go to my Patreon, it's like you're supporting me and my work, not like specifically the channel, you know? So it's like, when it comes to copyright laws, it's very important that you're very specific about these things. Yeah, but it's true, Wondergraph. You have to be very precise on this, and that's why, like, what do you call it? Copyright laws are so tricky to deal with. And besides, what are they gonna do if you play it on a stream that is monetized? If you are affiliate, say. Like, are they gonna sue you? Like, can they even do that? Isn't it considered fair use? Because you're just playing transformative work. Because it's not even like, is it even their mod anymore? You could argue that as well. Because after all, okay, we've got Industrial Revolution in here, but it's not the only mod. So is that transformative because another mod goes in and overwrites some of the things? Because then it's no longer the same software, the same mod, you know, it's modified. So is it the same license? There's like so many things there that make it difficult to really, and that's why, like, personally, how I see it is that and I can understand it, you know, I'm also like a game developer myself, and I understand the fear that, you know, they obviously want their work respected, you know? But this is just not how you do it. If they really wanted to, instead of, you know, putting the hammer down on other people, then why not just monetize your mod? You're allowed to do that. Like, that's what you should be doing. Instead of trying to scare people away, invite people over so that you can monetize your mod. You know, that's what you should do. Modified mod. And also, like, you know, I'm allowed to stream Factorio, and, you know, there's nothing in the license there, so it's... Yeah, I don't think they can just, like, say, oh, we've got a specific license for our software or our mod, so these are the terms that you have to agree to. And the thing that makes it even worse is that they've disabled their comments on the mod portal, so, like, you can't even, you know, you can't even discuss the topic or argue, so it just, you know, it comes off as a very childish thing at the end of the day. But, you know, that's their decision to do it this way, and at the end of the day, I'm not affiliate, so if their definition of monetizing a channel is that you're affiliate or a partner, you know, I'm not doing that. So, what do they mean? But yeah, I don't know. If you don't stream, you don't have anything to ask for donations for. That's not entirely true. Because I also run a community, like a Discord community. So, I mean, it's but that's a completely different topic though. I mean, I'm also like just sharing game experiences through streaming. So, in order for that to happen, you know, you can decide whether or not you want to support me. It's pretty straightforward. And it's not like mandatory, you know, you're not paying like for a service. But I digress. But yeah, you know, I can have all my thoughts and such, so if it becomes a problem, that's when I would, you know, deal with it basically. So far it's, you know, been nothing, so. And it's generally also just an interesting topic in its whole, because it sort of goes into like the field of monetizing Twitch channels and then having streams with background music that's licensed and such, which is something that's needs a lot of work, let's just say it like that. Wouldn't play this mod if someone is butthurt like that, he shouldn't even be in the mod page. For you, that's really toxic behavior. I mean, I'm just enjoying the mod, so as long as I can do that, I don't really care about any of the other things, you know? So that's probably how you should, or, you know, you do you, but that's how I would at least do it. And I'm doing it. Because it's not because I'm wanting to be disrespectful to the mod offer. I mean, as you guys, some of you also said, Industrial Revolution looks really nice. It's a lot of fun, it adds a lot of value to the game. I mean, as far as the mod itself goes, I have no bad things to say about it, so why, like, make it so difficult for me, you know? But yeah, you're just worried about possible circumstances, trying to preventively inform about it if you can. Reason to disrespect dev, but mod is still amazing in your opinion. Exactly. Exactly. So, and I mean, honestly, why would you make a mod if you're not allowed to play it? Even like it's specifically for streaming, right? So I don't know. I would just enjoy it, honestly.
Get a strategy guy.
Yeah, I need a strategy guy for that. Exactly, Toto. Because otherwise, oh man. I mean, copyright law is already complicated enough as it is. Like, even and for Twitch, it's particularly bad. Because even though you might have licensed music that you have received the rights to play on stream by the original creators, the bots will still go in and auto-mod the shit out of it. You know? Like, as an example, Dragon Force actually have gone on record on Twitch saying that if you want to, you can use any of the latest free albums as part of your streaming, you know, without problems. However, Twitch still goes in and auto-mods the shit out of it. So, but again, like, there are reasons why I'm not affiliate as well, but that's a completely different topic in its own right again. And it's tied to some of the... But that's tied to some of the restrictions that affiliate puts on you. And I don't necessarily agree with their business practices on that end. Like, Twitch is a decent platform, but it also needs a lot of work still. Like, for instance, if you're an affiliate, you technically have a 24-hour exclusivity, or you sign a 24-hour exclusivity deal with any streams that you do on their platform. So, in other words, if you wanted to, say, use Restream, which I'm using, to restream onto other platforms at the same time as, you know, Twitch, then you're technically not allowed to if you're your affiliate. You would be breaching that contract that you sign when becoming affiliate. And it goes into more detail, saying that it's like your brand, so anything that is remotely like, you know, similar to your way of streaming, or your stream in terms of content and all that, you're basically not allowed to do on any other platform than Twitch if you've done a stream on Twitch within the last 24 hours. And that also, I believe, I don't know if, I'm not quite sure about this one, but it might also be like, say you want to archive your VOD on YouTube, for instance. In theory, that might be considered a breach of contract if you're doing that within 24 hours of that stream happening, you know, because you do have your VOD on Twitch itself as well. So there's just like a lot of things there that are kind of weird. Hello, Toto. So yeah, so that's like what I've got. So I'm using Restream, which, for instance, Toto just demonstrating. She can like go to YouTube or whatever platform that you prefer and interact with everyone from over there, and vice versa. It all works sort of like cross-platform like that, which is what I wanted to do, like make the streams more accessible to people. It's not really like I'm noticing a lot of people utilizing it, but you know, it's fairly easy to set up, and why not, you know? But yeah, the affiliate program is kind of like questionable, to say the least. Now, partner, though, is a completely different topic, but the requirements are also much more realistic on that one. And I mean, I'm not really doing it for the money anyway, so that is kind of my stance on that. I just enjoy like playing both new and old games. Mostly, actually a lot of them are early access titles, just because it's like, oh, did you know this game exists? So, hence the variety streamer part at least. I also like to do a lot of modded. Like for instance, was it last weekend, Toto? We started a Fallout New Vegas run using Tale of Two Wastelands. Yeah, it was like it was Monday this last week, which, in case you don't know what that is a mod for Fallout New Vegas that merges in Fallout 3 and New Vegas into one game, basically. In other words, you can travel between the two wastelands, and using the skill system and everything from New Vegas, you can sort of level up as per New Vegas, but in Fallout 3. And then all the weapons, enemies, and all that you find in either wasteland, you know, they're still there. So whichever weapons exclusive to Fallout 3, you can take with you from that game over to New Vegas, and vice versa too. And it works with all DLC, and even more crazy, there's also other mods that are specific for TTW, as it's called. So if there's a popular mod for Fallout 3 or New Vegas, there's a pretty good chance that they went ahead and made a TTW compatible version. So there's just a lot of options for, like, let's say, re-experiencing both games at the same time, but in a new way as well. And it works pretty good. But yeah, I like messing around with modded configurations like that. It's been a while since we've done it, but I also used to do like a lot of RimWorld. Maybe amazing, but something like this does leave a bad aftertaste. In Germany, for example, you have... Wow, why can I not read that? Abnahmewelte. Welte. Basically, you're watching your videos, and if you have a really short passage in your video, like for example 2 seconds of a film, you have to pay hefty fines. I know German, but I can't even pronounce that word. Damn. Abnahmewelte. I think, is that fairly close? I live in Denmark, by the way, in case you didn't... I didn't say that, but in case you didn't read that yet. But, so I know a bit of German. I haven't practiced in a long while, though, so it's very rusty. Gerusted. But yeah, it's like, as you say, like, in terms of copyright, right? Helps that Cross-Fallout uses largely the same mod tool. In English, it's about warning lawyers, alright? Yeah, like so we're talking about the copyright stuff too, right? It's like for YouTube, from what I've noticed, at least for my Twitch VODs, like playing Fallout New Vegas, the TTW stuff, I use like a custom radio which adds a bunch of the old music from the 60s that isn't in the game normally, but even the game's normal music is also like caught by the bots on YouTube, even though you're playing the game which probably has a license to play that music, which is stupid. But then you live in the EU, the copyright is fucked here. I think the copyright isn't just fucked in the EU. There's another fellow streamer called Argron who sometimes hosts me and such, and I have a few like copyright related discussions with him, and he's situated in the US, and it's just it's just universally bad. Like one of the main topics is that there's no like universal way of dealing with copyright. I mean, it's nice to have all these laws in place that protect that with the intention of protecting like creators at face value, but there's like no real way of like dealing with those copyright laws, like treating them properly as like a content creator, for instance. There's guidelines, yes, but there's no clear like, oh, if you want to stream, you know, copyright music, this is where you need to go, have an account, and then pay a monthly fee or anything like that. It just tells you that, oh, if you're streaming something, and then unless you are performing the music, say like playing it live or whatever, then you're like basically fucked. In the US, you have a bit of fair use. Isn't that like generally speaking too? But it's just like fair use is not really being managed properly well either. And that's because like at the end of the day, say for Twitch, part of the problem is that Twitch just decided that, okay, we're just gonna hit the common denominator here and do a broad sweep approach of better safe than sorry. So that's why if like I play any of this music on my stream on Twitch, sometimes the automod catches it, sometimes it doesn't, regardless of whether or not I'm actually allowed to play it or not. And it just mutes those parts of the video just to keep Twitch's butt safe. But even though, like, as I mentioned, Dragon Force have said the last 3 albums are fair use in terms of streaming, it still gets caught in the algorithm on most occasions. And it's even so bad that the whole trigger for them going on public, like I've got a clip of this actually saying this, but the whole reason why they did this was because they themselves are tired of the copyright laws. Basically, Herman Lee was playing Through the Fire and the Flames live on his Twitch channel, which, you know, is their song, and he got his entire channel shut down on the spot for playing, you know, their own song so well compared to like the recorded version that the bot just couldn't tell it apart. Of course, his channel got restored and all that, but it's just like super disruptive, you know? So what do you say? Problem with copyright is that it is written for the previous century and haven't been revised to the current date. It's like, I wouldn't say exactly like that, but it's more like the copyright laws themselves are, you know, understandable. You know, you can understand how they work. There's just no tools of actually working with those laws if you actually want to use copyrighted material in a legitimate way, you know? Again, like, there's no service that you can pay for so that you can actually get access to all this stuff. So it's just like, unless you're a massive company, there's just no tools in place. And honestly, that's one of the places where I think that copyright laws, or whatever you want to call it, services, etc., really need to get the finger out of their butts, because there's like a huge potential for like making some kind of licensing system that actually works for content creators, you know? And it just doesn't exist out there. Bots driven copyright feels really ugly. I guess, but it's also like, you know, again, trying to hit the most common denominator. So you're just making like a broad suite approach. Like, for instance, for YouTube, it almost I think it catches literally every single thing, like I mentioned briefly with the Fallout thing. So if I go to I use YouTube mainly also as like a video archive, and if I go to my YouTube channel and I look at my videos there, it's like, you know, 50 different songs that are all like being mentioned as like not copyright strikes, but mentions, or whatever you want to call it. And what YouTube does is that it doesn't mute the sound, fortunately, it just demonetizes the video, which is not a problem for me, again, because it's used as an archive, right? So it's like, the best thing that you can do as a content creator is, like these days, from what I've sort of been experimenting with, I guess, is to just like look at what actually happens if you use copyrighted material, and if it's not posing a problem for you personally and your content, you know, you try and sort of work around it. So say like, okay, if my channel where I'm uploading those archives to is getting demonetized, or the videos at least, but it doesn't, you know, get taken down, then it's doing its purpose, you know, it's archiving the videos in case people want to see something that happened a long time ago. So, and then you just have to like think in other ways. So, okay, well, if I can't monetize my videos that way, then in order to provide that service, you need to do something else to monetize, or have a different monetization platform. And that's where things like Patreon and such are good alternatives, I suppose, you know. But at the end of the day, it's not like it matters too much for me, because it's not like I'm doing this for the money, you know. So obviously, if you're a bigger streamer, then you need to be more careful. Me being smaller also means I can experiment. So I guess another way of putting it is enjoy it while it lasts, I suppose. Another situation where this copyright thing becomes really problematic is games like Clone Hero, right? Rhythm based games. In case you don't know what Clone Hero is, it's, as the name kind of implies, a Guitar Hero clone, but for custom content and for PC. Meaning that you can put any song in there, assuming there's a chart for it, and you can play it. And obviously, you know, every single song in there gets caught by copyright. But if you look into the copyright laws and such, one argument could be made that, hey, you're actually, you know, playing the game. Which, is that like technically not a performance? Like, are you performing when playing a game? And the laws are just so generic that they say that, oh, okay, if you're performing something, then you need like a specific different license. So if that is the case, in theory, could I get a license to perform this kind of content, and then that way, you know, do Clone Hero? Maybe, I don't know. So like Osu, yeah, I guess in terms of the music at least, yeah. But just like, you know, rhythm guitars, rhythm game based guitars and such. But it's all still user generated content, so people will take like a well-known song or whatever and make a custom chart for it. And then you can go on to a site like Chorus and then get charts for whatever it is you're looking for, assuming it exists. And it's like, you can't even play the original Guitar Hero games or Rock Band or whatever because copyrighted music, even though those games literally function in extension of the music, you know? And some people will argue that, like even going so far as to argue that, well, people don't, like the intention is not at least for people to come to your stream because of the music, but rather, you know, to hang out and interact with the streamer. And it's not like when you're doing this kind of content either that you're only listening to the music, right? If I miss a note, assuming you're using default settings, it actually messes up the song to a certain degree, you know? Is it then the same song? Is it transformative enough? And you could even argue so far that even for like Guitar Hero and Rock Band, Rock Band, just making sure I don't say Rocksmith, that's something completely else. But for those games, you could also argue that the songs aren't even the originals to begin with. Because one of the things they do for those games is that they split the songs up into the different instrument tracks, meaning that you've got a separate track for stuff like the guitars and drums and vocals. And the reason why they did that is so that you can adjust the volume levels of the different parts of the song on an individual basis, so that if you're playing the guitar parts from a gameplay perspective, you have an easier time telling what it is you're actually playing, which is very important for a rhythm game. You know, you want to know and be able to sort of expect which notes you're playing to get a better feel for it, because otherwise it gets a little bit harder to play and such. And not only that, but some of the songs they also cut down, like straight up like cut out parts of the song. For instance, Billy Idol's White Wedding exists on Rock Band, I think, or does it exist on both? I'm pretty sure I've played it on either, and if my memory serves me correctly, it's like not even half the length of the original song. Like it's only part 1 basically, but it's like in game as the whole White Wedding thing. Other songs they like add solos in extension to the original, and in some they completely like remove the tail end of the song simply to make it more enjoyable from a gaming perspective. And all those songs that have been modified, why are they being like demonetized and such based on the groundworks of the original one, when it's a licensed, remixed, and remastered, or whatever you want to call it, version of the original? I don't know. But it's just like thoughts like this is what really like makes you think at the possible future for copyright material, you know? And sort of also where you'd want it to be headed to begin with. Because if we don't like figure all this shit out, there's just like so many wasted opportunities that are, you know, just not gonna happen. But I digress. And of course, being a game developer, it's just like so sad that, and gamer, I guess, that you know, those games, some of the games that you enjoy, you just can't play them on stream without being worried about various things. And the guy Argron I mentioned earlier, like as he also put it, and as most people will also tell you, as long as you're a smaller streamer, chances are Twitch won't even bother with it, even, you know, if you do technically do a lot of copyrighted material. So, thanks for the look there, Toto. But yeah, it's like, what do you do? Go with the flow, I guess. Or watch it burn. And of course, you know, being interested in all this stuff is pretty part of the course, because otherwise, as you all probably know, finding your way around this jungle that is copyrighted material is such a pain in the ass. Which is also why a lot of people just say like, nah, I'm not gonna bother with it, you know? Which is pretty understandable. I mean, if you get home and you just want to relax for the day, the last thing you want to worry about is like, oh, is my channel gonna get demonetized today or tomorrow? But yeah. Ooh, so much stuff to remove. Like, I can talk about all this stuff and then there's still more factory to tear down. It's getting much closer now though. But I do realize that I need way more fertilizer if I want to cover this entire patch here. And right now my fertilizer production is probably standing still. Right? Surprisingly not as much as I thought it would. At least that's until all this sulfur here gets used up. Because that was all coming down from this refinery plant down here. This is like the only part of the old factory that sort of like remains the way that I originally built it. Everything else has been sort of remodeled and removed. That's like part of the added challenge with Industrial Revolution and all that. Is the fact that you sort of like do these progressive stages with the mod, you know? And I've played with the Bob's mods before, which one thing that I would say that it does in like in an interesting way, differently at least, is that there, whenever you want to make the tier 2 belts, you needed the previous tier, right? All the way up to tier 6, if I remember. So in other words, you never really want to tear down your previous factories because you need them later on. So it's like, for Bob's mods, it's a factory where you sort of like build on top of what you already did. A little bit like Satisfactory does it a little bit in the same way, actually. In comparison, Industrial Revolution is more like, oh, okay, so to make the next tier of utilities, you need the next tier of materials to do so, and once you acquire it, you can pretty much tear down your old factory, you know? And I don't know if that's like a design choice, so that once you go from steam to electricity, it's a little bit difficult to upgrade the factories because you can't tell your robots to do it for you and such. But that might be a reason why. Because after all, like, once you go into electric-based utilities, all the steam-based ones become defunct completely. BA kind of boring, but Industrial Revolution feels very good. Oh, thanks for those. Another way to do things. Yeah, exactly.
Submit!
Let me think. So Bob's mods, the thing I really liked about that was just that gradual progression. I played it with some friends too. Someone named Peak and the other one we call Mac. And when we played it, it was very overwhelming, let's put it like that. It was pretty crazy, because we just like played through the vanilla game pretty much. They'd started playing at some point, and I had never really like beaten Factorio, and they started playing at around 0.10 release with the intention of beating it. I asked, okay, well, can I tag along for the ride? Because they were also achievement hunting. Like, sure. And then we progressed on to like play for, well, what was it? A couple weeks on like a private server where we were just playing vanilla, trying to get the remaining achievements and sort of like completing the game and such. And we got all the achievements apart from the speedrunning ones, because can't be bothered with that, similar to just like a lot of other players would probably feel. And then once we were done with all that, we said like, okay, let's do modded stuff. And we had no idea what was in wait. So we were like, oh, bioindustry sounds interesting. Let's also do Bob's mods. It adds like all this extended complexity and stuff. Sure, let's do it. Cargo ships, sure, let's make boats. Airplanes, yeah, let's go for it, you know? And we also, I think, yeah, we also use some of the other Bob's extended mods for like making larger enemies appear and all that stuff. So yeah, that was just like a lot of things there all of a sudden. And we got really overwhelmed as soon as we discovered that, oh, what's this? We gotta mess around with oxygen and hydrogen and stuff. How do we make steel? Fuck. If you've ever played Bob's mods and you're going from vanilla, you probably know what I'm talking about. Because all of a sudden it's not just like, oh, you know, making steel is easy. Nah. You gotta do like this whole chemical process first. I'm like, what? But why? And I guess they got a little bit more than they bargained for. I wasn't really like, I at least personally didn't have any issues with it, but it did definitely come across that they were getting burned out because they just couldn't like keep up with the stuff that was asked of them to do, you know? So we kind of just like didn't get too far into it. We sort of stopped playing together on that modded playthrough when we got to around the point of refineries and the like, because it was just like they were just completely lost on that, pretty much. Like modded Factorio complexity, but BA feels really overwhelming. Even space exploration feels easier. I think part of why space exploration is easier, maybe, might, in my opinion, or you can try and come with your thoughts on this, but my way of thinking it is that, and from what I was noticing, it's more like an end game thing. You know what I mean? You gotta like play through the base game pretty much in order to like even get started with space exploration. Yeah, exactly. Whereas Bob's mods change like vanilla core mechanics that you're already used to. So it's not like, you know, as you said earlier with with Industrial Revolution, it's also a different way of doing it, you know? Because it adds complexity to things that didn't have it. Krastorio to your space exploration playthrough. That's also what I would probably think doing myself. When I was messing around with space exploration, that's also what I was looking at. Because it, you know, Krastorio is sort of natively built to work together with space exploration. And if I remember correctly, doesn't the mod page for it also say something along the lines that it works together with that, but it doesn't work so well with other things, I believe. A bit. I don't like things to be too easy in games. I don't know, is Krastorio really that difficult? Because Krastorio, at least from what I know, is also like more an extension, isn't it? Oh, it's the space exploration that does it. I think like Krastorio is like a bit more endgame too, but it's like mid to end game, right? It also changes the startup sequence and gives you more tools, right? Yeah, I guess it might be, you know, depending on who you are. For me and my friends at least, when you've gotten to the point of... Let me actually... So if you do all the achievements in the base game, you know, modded achievements and vanilla are separated, so that's why they're not completed here yet. But my favorite outcome of doing all apart from the speedrunning achievements was the lazy bastard one. And I've heard many people mention this, so you guys can come with your own thoughts on it. But winning the game by only manually crafting 111 items or less is like a very interesting way to play it, in my opinion. It changes like your approach to everything in a very large degree, where normally you're just used to like, oh, I can just handcraft this in the vanilla game, which in the vanilla game isn't really that difficult to do either, because the amount of components is limited. If you were to do that achievement in modded, it would be completely, oh, Jesus Christ, you know? But for vanilla playthrough, it really like adds to the, let's say, learning process. You know, you learn so much by playing the game that way, because it forces you to do things that normally you wouldn't even think about having to do. And if you complete that achievement, rather, let's put, it can sort of mentally prepare you for modded playthrough so that it doesn't feel overwhelming. And once you achieve that and you've gotten used to it, Factorio gets way easier. At least that's what it feels like. You know, at that point it doesn't feel as challenging anymore, because you've done everything. You've gotten every achievement. You know, you've done everything there is to do. Krastorio 2 with recommended mods adds some difficulty to biters, for example. Also changes some science packs recipes. Isn't Krastorio, that's also the one that natively has the, you know, the bullet physics change, right? So you don't need the bullet trajectories mod or whatever it's called. K2 changes a lot of things, but are still Factorio-ish. It's also like more additive, isn't it? So it's like an extension of the base game, almost like an expansion than it is like its own thing. Because Industrial Revolution extends the whole Steam part of the game, but also adds like, you know, a lot of variety to things that already exist in there. Yeah. It's pretty easy when you can decompose your goals. Completed K2 SE once, half a year ago. Now you're doing one more run, stopped it for a while, playing Dyson's River Program is also really good. Second run, you're also trying Lazy Bastard. Oh god. Like, Krastorio with space exploration and doing the Lazy Bastard all in one? Now that's a madman. Took forever to you to do Lazy Bastard back in 2012 or 16. Okay. Like you can get those without Krastorio, right? So just for anyone that doesn't know, I originally didn't know that Krastorio did that. So when I was using the I don't even remember what it's called, but it's like adds the same mechanic. If you use that together with Krastorio, it won't let you. It just kills the game. Crashes on startup. And now you can't mow down trees with your shot anymore. Just get the AAI vehicles. What are they called again? Crap. What are they called again? It's one of these. It's just mining. The mining vehicles, even the tier 1 That's like so good for clearing trees. That's like the only reason I have this. Sadly, though, there's a little slight detail I didn't know about when I started my run, and that's normally this thing can run on wood, and I guess it's Industrial Revolution that does it. Whatever it is, makes it so that these only run on refined fuel. So even though you can make these really early game, you can't use it until you get like into fuel refining. Oh, it's K2 that changes it. Okay. Wait, so is Krastorio also the one that adds item inventories to all the vehicles? Yeah, it is. Yeah. And then it makes sense that is also the same one that changes that part. Damn, there's like nothing left here. There's a little bit out there. Yeah, let's just clear out the rest and then get to work. That's not true. That's not true, Wondergraph. I can mention at least two vehicles that don't. You can try and guess which ones I'm thinking of. Yes. The heavy roller and the monowheel, they can both use combustible fuels. So, not entirely. And it's actually like, I don't remember if, because this is the thing that it's been so long that I couldn't remember. But the boats from cargo ships, does anyone of you guys, have you guys messed with that mod? Do you remember if by default it allows you to use coal? Because I can't do that either. You think it shouldn't change those two vehicles, but still. Adapter for K2 IR2? Wait. Adapter. That is a good question. Isn't there like some water around here? I think there was like one tile somewhere. Yeah. Let me just check. Also, this save is pretty old now. I'm just taking it slow and say this is like at 86 hours in. I could technically... Yeah, let's just go into the main menu and check real quick. Because I seem to recall there was one thing. I've got this, which is that what you're thinking about? Krastorio compatibility for Industrial Revolution 2. Yeah, this doesn't affect Industrial Revolution. No, I don't. There's this one, the extended compatibility. Let's see what that one touches on. That's because I noticed it does the stuff to like Victoria and aircraft. There's also Nixie tubes. Hovercraft, stacking, mini loader. There's one here. Fixes some bugs. I haven't really like encountered any though. This one. Töters. Sounds very German. Let me just see. No, I don't have this one. Fixes the following bugs. Okay. Ore washer recipe is not being selectable. Enables coke liquefaction recipe on oil refineries. IR2 crash when using because of missing ammo type. So this doesn't happen anymore because otherwise I wouldn't be playing. I don't know about the coal liquefaction thing though. I think Yeah, okay, so I know why that is. So although this would fix one issue, it doesn't... Now what was the other one? Ore washer recipe not being selectable. I think that's fixed as well, so... I don't know if I want to try and using that, because I'm a little bit... Like, I think I tried out another compatibility patch and it just didn't... Like, it crashed my entire load order, so I decided not to use it. But I know why the mention of the refinery, because it's not only Krastorio's that has issues, right? So in the oil refinery using Industrial Revolution, for whatever reason, you can't select recipes in it, period. So I wonder why that is. And it's not just, as I said, Krastorio that causes issues with this, because actually, what's the easiest way of finding? In bioindustries also have these recipes here, like biofuel conversion, which also you can't use because you can't select the recipes. So if that patch just generally fixes the oil refinery to have selectable recipes, that would be pretty interesting. Because I know that the bioindustries mod team might be very happy to know that that exists, since they have the same issue. At least reading into their mod page, there was like a discussion topic there where someone mentioned, oh, there's like, you can't select any of these with Industrial Revolution installed. And it sounded a lot like they were aware of the issue. And development is like, has halted for a little while on there or something. So they are working on it, but it's just like, you know, slow and steady. Okay. Yeah, I'm just like looking at my rubber production, because, you know, it produces wood as a side product. So in order to get rid of that, I just turn it into to coke here. But then, because it used to be like branched into the main line there, into that old factory, this is all temporary, so we can remove this finally. Do a little bit of spring cleaning. Because like, I haven't really gone through how my biofarms are operating, but they generally just, the general gist is that they produce wood. I use that wood to do a couple things, like I turn it into, I think it's called wood pulp, right? Turn those into wooden bricks, which I then turn into solid fuel equivalent, which is called petroleum coke in this case. And then making these pellet coke things out of that excess. It's by no means enough to run the entire thing though, so I also use regular Industrial Revolution coke over here. But I've got it like a set up down here so that it mixes them together, those two resources, and it'll always prioritize the pellet coke for the power production plants here, if there's any available, and then the remaining just, you know, sort of backs up on the belt, or gets like used whenever there's none available. And then I'm branching that off all the way down to like these factories down here somewhere, since you can also use it to generate that carbon stuff. So the only thing that I'm actually using regular coal for at the moment is making bullets, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, just like regular bullets. And I believe that's it pretty much. Yeah. It also means that this power plant like is never ending. Like it's just running 24/7 and it'll never run out of resources. At least as far as I can tell, these wood farms are more than sufficient enough to keep all these coke ovens churning out more. And should like a spike happen, I do also have buffers in place, so I would consider it pretty well thought out at least. And as far as the wood is concerned, it also prioritizes coke production, and then any excess stuff is either turned into pellets or down here for the fertilizer stuff. where I make ash out of it. Though that is a very slow process. And that's also why like making that was my top one priority whenever I was remodeling the factory, because I knew that if I did that, I'd have infinite fuel at least for the time being. I mean, this power plant produces a pretty decent like capacity for my current needs. And then I'm using these in bio industries bio boilers, which I don't quite understand them, to put it quite honest. If we look at their stats on the right hand side, you'll see that their output says, and the input says 48 per second, meaning 48 water in, 48 steam out per second. Yet the description reads, they're as efficient as a normal iron boiler, but produces 75% less pollution, right? So that is like a weird thing where it's very inconsistent, because a regular iron boiler only takes in 20 water and produces 20 steam. And I'm pretty sure that that's the vanilla values there as well. So for whatever reason, these are producing a little bit more than twice that of a regular iron boiler. So they're not as efficient as an regular iron boiler. They're more than twice as efficient, including the fact that they pollute 75% less, apparently. Which also sounds fucking insane. Because if I were able to make enough of this pellet coke stuff, I would just not be producing any pollution whatsoever. If it were running at full steam, at least. So yeah, I don't know how to feel about that. If it's like an oversight, or if it's just like because the mod needs updating. I find it pretty funny though that they say it's like, oh, it's just the same as the other, and it's not. It's definitely not. Just trying to wrap my head around these belts here, because all this iron is like coming in as like a temporary thing. Simply because I have like a iron mine up here somewhere there. But I really do enjoy the bio industries mod. It's fairly simple, and I feel that it works well with a lot of other things, you know? Obviously it's can be a little bit overpowered and such. But you know, it's fairly generic. I mean, every single playthrough is probably going to use wood for something, and even if you don't, then it gives you uses for that wood in those cases, giving you alternate recipes and all that jazz. But yeah, now I should be able to get rid of that charcoal again, so that is no longer a worry. Now to the fun part, figuring out which factory to prioritize first. Because I'm not making these electric assemblers and all that at the moment. But since one of the last things I made was inserters, and they're right here, I guess it would make a lot of sense to work on these factories in this spot here. I just hope that there's room enough for it. Is all. So we need large iron frames, gears. We've got gears over there, but I don't know if it would be worth the hassle of actually trying to funnel that in. I'll think about that at least. Electric motors I am making. So I don't want to jump straight to the advanced ones. I'm just going to stick with the electric. Yeah, we need a ton of gears. At least if I want to make this production fairly fast. Fortunately, you know, you don't have to completely min-max everything. The only annoying part is going to be those large iron frames. And this is where I need to decide. Because from my previous setup, I realized that you need a lot of resources to build these, and you need a lot of them for various purposes. At least if you want to automate it. But I am not even making basic computers at the moment. I'm making circuits though. So that would mean making a large iron frame production might be worth doing. It's a lot of materials though. Because iron beams are not cheap either. Does seem to be just plates, rivets. Yeah, just plates and rivets pretty much. And then putting those together to make a third thing. Well, that's fairly simple. I guess you could just make like a plates and rivets factory side by side. And then have some of it overflow into the large iron frame production and some of it go into the iron beam production. And then just leave it up to the factories to sort of figure it out. Or evenly distribute it if you want to. Then there's just the basic computers, but which also need the small iron frames. But I could use... put down a factory setup next to it. Okay, so I think I know what I want to do then. Then the only question is, do I need some roads around here to make it more navigable? Because I added a secondary road down on the southern end of this railway, so you don't have to like worry about driving into a train that comes in at 1,000 miles per hour. And the main reason this road is also here is so that if... Yeah, I guess you've got logistic robots now. But just to get easy access to everything, really. And like clear roads for pathfinding through the factory without driving into anything. So I could make that like an intersection instead. And just ignore the fact that there's a bunch of mining drills that are going to be here. Yeah, I think that might actually be a good idea. Does anyone know if you can just like copy paste only terrain tiles? Because of course if I do this, then it's just going to copy paste the actual electric poles. But like I only want to copy the terrain tiles, you know. I'm also really bad at using regular traditional blueprints. I have a tendency to just like figure it out as I go. We can also just build it manually. It's not like it's rocket science. Being consistent is a little bit tricky at times, but because I've kind of fucked this up. Traditional blueprints, ha. Make a blueprint, copy and press shift when you mouse click. Yeah, but see, I don't use blueprint books. I'm too lazy for that. So not just that, but I don't even use my own blueprints that much. Very rarely do I ever make an actual blueprint and chuck it in a book, you know? I have a tendency to just copy things from in-world and then using the flip mod to like change the setup or whatever. So that's also part of why my playthrough is so much longer than it probably could have been. But you know, I do prefer it this way because it's like a process, you know, building your factory. And every time you build something from the ground up, you might change it a little bit and learn something in the process, you know? That too, but I mean if you use a blueprint book, it's just one inventory space. And I use the Krastorio settings to set it to the max because there's never enough space, honestly. Even with like higher tier power armors. But nah, I never use like other people's blueprints. Besides, would it even work with a modded playthrough? I'm not so sure. Like I'm actually using one of Bob's mods, as it so happens, simply because it just adds so much complexity to the game. It's ridiculous, even for as simple as it is. We need some terrain tiles. Hope I've got enough in storage. Let me see. Do I sort them out? No. No, I do not. Well, I know that I chucked a bunch of them in here somewhere. That's true though. I'm definitely going to be running out of these light reinforced plates sooner than I think. But the mod for the inserters, or the mod from Bob's thing, is the inserter configuration mod. It is so fucking good. I love it. Whenever we played the Bob's mods collection, like, we just installed every single one of them, and I think that tiny modular thing just stuck out so much to me that, like, I can't play vanilla Factorio anymore because of that one mod, just that one thing. It's just like, you know, being able to rotate your arms and like make weird stuff like this is just super nice. Or like things such as this, because you can have free inputs in like a very compact space. Yeah, adjustable inserters, exactly. Have rail blueprints in common across games, because that's signaling. I mean, you can design your rails in different ways too. You can make them really simplistic, or you can make them super advanced if you really intend on going very far with it, right? I'm probably more in the simple-minded kind of thing. So but yeah, adjustable inserters is really good. Try and reorganize these. The only thing about it is that adjustable inserters does make it a little bit more is kind of overpowered if you think in that way. Not gonna deny that for sure. But you know. It's your playthrough, you can do whatever you want. Well, this is annoying. So I've got stone coming in from way up here, where there's a pretty decent stone mine located. Maybe I should just like not use this yet. So it's like if I need some kind of stone production here for walls or something, that's probably what I should use it for, honestly. Then eventually I can maybe make some train stations on the right hand side here, and then funnel some resources in. Sort of what this buffer zone here is for. Don't know if it's going to be enough, but we'll find out. Yes. Okay, so what I'm thinking is that along this path here, maybe in length, so going downwards from this road out here, we can do the aforementioned iron frame factories. And maybe do some basic computers around here as well. And then I can move those iron frames down to the southern end here, and then in the same orientation as these factories up there, just along the southern end of this road, actually use those iron frames for something. The only question is, do I need... probably need like a buffer here for some belts as well, don't I? So let's just think about that for a moment. I always find it funny that people have a hard time about people who cheat in single player. Like, why? People find it fun to have best gear from like day 1, minute 1. Just let them. And especially when you're doing modded stuff, you know, there's a reason you're modding it to begin with. Maybe this is a bit too much. Maybe 8 lanes is more than enough. We'll try. Still though, you know, you can say like it's fine to have a discussion saying like, oh, I don't really like this mod because I feel it's a bit too overpowered or broken. But yeah, you should never really like try and enforce your gaming preferences onto other people, right? That's at least what mantra I would be going by. There we go. Iron frames. So let's start with the small ones maybe, and then... Yeah, because fermionic tubes and such is going to be glass and copper wire, so that's copper and glass. Can I get away with just a single line of resources down there? Because I need these as well. Because it might not need like 2 lanes worth of iron in that direction. We can try. If it becomes a complete shitfest, then maybe we can look at it there. One day, the idea is that since there's all these train stations here, some of the ingots coming from these smelting plants and such will go into a train and then send it off somewhere else to be unloaded. Right now though, you know, because I need the basic production facilities up and running, then we're just using belts and just enormous buffers. So let's start with the computers maybe, because they need fermionic tubes in the circuits, and those were glass and copper wire. So I've got copper, just not wire though. So maybe like make a computer factory around here or something? I think that would work. Could also use the excess fermionic tubes that I'm producing elsewhere. Just don't know if sharing it in over there is like a good idea. Let's see. Yeah, because you need like 3 of them for one of these circuits. So I've got like 2 factories that are basically like sharing glass and copper wire. And then they're sending those tubes off and then merging in to the circuit board factory here, and then being split off again to be put down here for some of the inserters that need them for the components. Or no, sorry, is it? No, yeah, it's for the lenses, which is also a dedicated production, simply because when looking at the lenses up here, trying to find them there, looking at the uses, I didn't notice that there were some extended uses for them later on, like personal arc turret and such. Superior filter inserter, so instead of making another factory on another, yeah, there's also like, oh, you need it for the science satellite, oh god. Ugh. That might be a logistics robot task or something. But yeah, there's like some things here that need them, so since all the resources are there for it, I thought, oh, let's make a dedicated factory for it. Well, then maybe we should just make like a dedicated factory for that. Okay. So copper wire, let's start with that. Can I maybe just copy paste that factory I already have over here? Let's see. Might be able to. So from here. Might just do one line of factories for this though. Because this is already going to do take up a lot of space. And let's see, how is this connected up again? Yeah, so I pretty much just wanted the same orientation then. Alright. It's a little bit of a weird setup maybe for this use, but it's gonna be fine. Because it's like... these need to go over here. And then this would be glass. And those would be the tubes. And this would be copper. Oops. So how are you guys doing? Are you like enjoying your weekend? Assuming you've got a weekend, that is. Not everyone's off in the weekends after all. Glass. Yeah, so that's going to give us the fermionic tubes. I could probably organize this a little bit better. So that was for the computers, yeah. Then we get the circuit boards in and the tubes, and then we take the iron frames from somewhere else. Let's do like this. Now that I remember it, when I had my old factory, I only had one thing making computers, actually. Because I didn't need any more than that. And then, you know, just time passes and you work on other things and it sort of just fills up. But maybe I can't quite get away with that this time. Also, let's do something cheeky here. Circuit boards. And then small iron frames from the bottom. Oops. Can't do it like that, dragon. That's 2 out of 3 taken care of. Do like this. Yeah, it doesn't really matter which one we choose. And something that I've sort of been playing around with a little bit is using these configurable inserters mod to reduce the distance that the arms are moving, just to save a little bit of power and just to get, you know, more practice in with them. So it's not like you need to do it, but I'm just curious to see, like, in the long run, I assume when you're copying tons of designs and or, you know, expanding those designs, that's probably where it's going to have the most impact, isn't it? I'm just curious to see if it's going to be a significant amount of power saved. So iron plates and rivets, and we need that for these as well. Okie dokie. That's where this location down here comes into play. Let me just take a look at these roboports though. See, right now they're like a little bit in an annoying spot, so I don't know if we can clean that up a little bit. Grumble grumble. Because there is otherwise all this wasted space behind these factories. So might as well put a roboport in them, or I guess it's a robo tower, but put those in here basically. Doesn't quite reach if I put one there, so that one will likely have to stay. Can move it over a little bit, which is fine. I mean, there's going to be a little mine here for a while, and after all, so don't want to like overcomplicate things. Yeah, let's just move these. There, that makes it a little bit easier. Just reconnecting it for good measure. You forgot to feed iron into your base for a while, as you swap to a dedicated iron smelter. So just redoing some things and getting things started again. Hand feeding your belt assemblers. Oh god. Head feeding. Wait. Are you using the even distributions mod in MyGoth? By any chance? Because if you are, then I would like to know, not that you recall. Do you know what even okay, so do you know what even distribution is? It's a mod that adds this little extra feature here. So if you're familiar, in vanilla Factorio, if you hold down control, like say you take a stack of, I don't know, like steel, let's say, you know, here, and you hold down control, then you can like distribute it amongst inventories. The issue in vanilla is that it doesn't evenly distribute it, hence the name of the mod. So just one thing that does now is that it will, for each of those, like evenly distributed all across the things. That's one thing that it does, but it's actually got way more functionality than that. And I only just learned it recently, even though I've used this mod over several years on all my playthroughs since we started modded. And it's that it's got this Shift C feature here, which is inventory cleanup. So if I press Shift C, you see all those numbers? Yeah. That's because it like evenly distributed resources into all those machines. And you can configure it so that it also allows you to drop it into chests. So, in other words, it's a way for you to manage your logistics trash slots, because there's like some rules here that apply, but it's a way for you to manage all that stuff before you get access to logistic drones and such. Not exactly sure what the rules are because I'm still figuring it out myself. Because it's not always like it will distribute it into a building, even though there might be room for it. And the only settings that are here, like ammo limit, for instance, you can set it to change it to what I did, like 0.1. So now, like, if I distribute ammo between turrets, holding down control, it'll actually not put any more than 20 magazines into each of those turrets, regardless of the stack size, which is also really fucking useful, by the way. It also works for fuel in the same manner, with a separate setting. Can even set, like, specific amount of items, but this is just like a 10th of a stack, so. But yeah. Replace inferior fuel ammo, example, wood with coal. Meh. And there's like some limits on what, or some options on how you can set this up. There's also like an advanced thing, like how large your range should be and if you should ignore some buildings. But yeah, I highly recommend even distribution. It makes like manually feeding resources into buildings way more convenient. And it's also lightweight, so you know. Fill for me, which does basic things, but that seems nice. Yeah, it gives you more control because, like, in the base game, the thing that I mentioned, you know, it doesn't evenly distribute it. It's like if you have 6 stacks of coal, say, or if you have 1 stack of coal, that's a better example. If you have 1 stack of coal and you've got 10 smelters or something and you want to distribute coal to all of them in vanilla, as soon as you select one of them with that stack of coal, that's where all the coal goes, like the entire stack. So it doesn't leave any coal for the rest. That requires you to have an additional stack of coal for each of them, which it's like, why is this even distribution thing not a default feature, you know? Why is that not how the base game works? So it's such a nice quality of life thing. But yeah. So we need iron plates and rivets to make beams, including the ingots. Okay. Let's just try and make a factory setup then. So if we imagine that and then that. Because I want to start with the beams, I think. Yes. So one belt is going to share the ingots and the rivets, and the other one is the iron plates. So that's, you know, should add up at least the amount of resources to be equal amounts. And then we need some kind of output. All right. Yeah, I'm just trying to visualize it all a little bit. A little bit of a buffer zone. Yeah, screwed. I wasn't initially planning on doing this, but yeah. Let's do it. It's like ever since I figured out how to do this, I've been like not really using it as much as I maybe should be. Talking about like the ability to have free belts on one side, because you know, then you save like an entire tile's worth of space, making it even more compact. But it's just because it's like such a different way of building that, you know, you're not really used to working like this. Should be good though. Oh, it's not connected. Also, if you're wondering what that thing that occasionally pops up in chat, so oh, that's like a massive talking point, I guess. But I did mention that I'm a game developer, right? Or at least I try to be, or want to be on full time. It's a little bit hard when you don't have the finances, but these last couple of weeks I've started up on a business development class program thing, where I'm like learning a lot of the stuff that you need in order to drive a business. And as part of that, I've been doing this market analysis thing regarding a game demo that I put out about 2 years ago now, which I unfortunately at that time had to like set aside in order to focus on other things. But given that I'm on this doing these classes now, I actually have the opportunity to return working on it. And as I said, it's like basically to figure out like some basic preferences and stuff, just so that I have an idea on where I should go with that game idea that I'm working on. It's basically like a completely free demo that you can go and grab if you're curious. But if you also just want to help out, there's also just there's a neat, more condensed trailer that you can also watch. It takes about 2 minutes for the trailer, and a couple minutes for the actual survey itself. I'm also just looking for general feedback, of course, so if anyone has gone and watched that, I'm also just curious to hear your thoughts on it. Don't have to, it's completely optional. Rivets. Oh yeah, that's a annoying one, isn't it? But it's really good, this program, though. Being able to go back and work on this thing that I've been wanting to do full time it feels good. Definitely feels good. How do I want to do these rivets? Because they need like iron rods as a prerequisite. What makes it annoying is that every time you make 2 iron rods... No, it adds up. Right. It adds up. I'm just complaining about things that problems that don't exist. Yeah, so here we have like another option. I can do like this and then just transfer the iron rods to a rivets factory right on the opposite side. You can also put them down on belts, but that takes up a lot of space to do. Alternatively, since we've got this much lengthwise space, I can also do a completely different kind of setup. Let me just try and see if I can remember where I put those. A little bit like this, just for iron rods, basically. So why don't I grab these? So you can see like how this is going to be a more compact setup. Not by much, mind you. You know, it's just one tile, but it might be just that little space you need in order to sort of make room for one more factory. And then you're just like sacrificing one tile of space in the opposite direction instead. Then we can just change this into a rivet production. Oh, right. And if I want to be real smart, I don't do like this. Then let me just think about this. I think this is the vertical flip. Yes. Yeah, because then we can share that resources belt here. There we go. That's a little bit better. And I know the throughput of the belt might not quite be up to snuff, but you know, it's okay. Okay, so now we at least have all the components to make the iron beams. Now let me just get the mixing ratios correct. So iron plates we need more of than rivets, which is fine. It's perfectly fine. So it's the rivets and the ingots that need to be mixed. And then let me do like this for now. So if we take the plates in like so, then we can do like this. Get some of that good stuff out there. Then we just need the rivets from down there. There we go. Okay, so that should work now. Now we're getting those lovely iron beams. Let me just make sure I'm not forgetting anything, because of course we're going to use and funnel off some of those same materials to make the small iron frames as well, because it's the same stuff. And the large iron frames. Do I need this? What did I need the small iron frames for again? I remember the large ones because you need it for all these. Oh wait, is there even any reason to make the small ones? Hold on, let me just double check that I'm not forgetting anything. Incinerator? Nah. There's like some small stuff. Loaders I am using it for. Personal roboport. Train stops. Okay. Oil pump jacks. Layer stack. Okay, so I probably want to make them, but I can make them in a completely separate area. Since... because I do want to automate some of these things just so that I can get them on demand. Not as important though as the large iron frames they are. So I could just make it a complete separate factory without any trouble. Okay, so that leaves large iron frame production here. So let me see. How many? They need 8 fermionic tubes every 3.2 seconds. In which time we can make 8 just using one of these factories. These in turn need 1 every craft, which is also made every 0.8 seconds. Actually, we're making twice that. So in theory, I could have twice as many fermionic tube factories running off of these. This is like way overkill. And honestly, a little bit of waste of space. The There is one thing I could do to optimize that. Would it be worth doing? Let me just try something here. I have an idea. Where you get some nice fill belts. Yeah, but why? You don't want fill belts for copper wire, right? Because it uses one copper ingot to fill up the belt twice as fast, so your throughput gets put in half essentially, right? So it's more efficient to transport the copper ingots. But I have an idea here though. So what if we did the audacious thing of doing this, putting them in line with each other? Because then you can, like, you know, that one factory is enough to power those, fuel those two. In fact, we could actually be even more cheeky and do this with the power of belts. This shall work. Because now I don't even need a belt for these in the first place, since they're not even used anywhere else here, right? And then I just need copper in. Yeah, I'll do this just because I want to. Save some space. I mean, so for context, right? So I've mentioned this is an island world gen. So it's not vanilla world gen, it's using the island world gen mod to accomplish this. Which is why there's a literal ocean out here. I've never been attacked from the southwest. And even to the south, these few islands only very rarely. And the only reason my starting island is this big is because I set the starting area size to like 400%, I think. Which normally, for the most part anyway, just pushes aliens further out from where your starting zone is. But I found out that for the island world gen, it actually enlarges the island landmass at your starting point. Since when are biters able to swim? Since Nox's swimming, they are. Nox's swimming allows, like, I can also walk on water, swim. Yeah, I can also drive on water, but it's like, it slows you down. So yeah, they can go across water. So I'm not... There's a reason why there are turrets all the way around my base. It might not look like it, but this has been like... I've been under heavy attack at some earlier point. What the hell? Scary. Yes. It definitely, like, is recommended if you do an island world gen. Otherwise, it just gets a little bit too easy. You can also configure the swimming mod so that it's dependent on whether or not that you can't swim through deep water. But you know, as far as I know, they also get slowed down by the water slowdown effect though. So you know, it goes both ways. A fun story there. I actually talked with the developer for the cargo ship mod, asking for like there was like someone who made a post saying that the mod had poor compatibility with cargo ships had poor compatibility with Nox's swimming, which has been an issue that actually has existed for a very long time. And the problem is that boats from the cargo ships mod are counted as vehicles, right? They derive from the regular vehicles that exist in the base game. As such, since the swimming mod can slow down land-based or also slows down vehicles, the ships were also being affected. Meaning that if you were using the swimming mod along cargo ships and using the default settings, oddly enough, your boat would be slowed down based on whether or not it was swimming through deep and or shallow waters, with it actually going slower through deep water than shallow waters. Because the default settings is that shallow water you can move through faster because it's not, you know, it's easier, like you can wade through it or whatever is the logic there. And on ships it has that opposite expected effect. But anyway, so someone posted like in a discussion thread if they could do something about this. And I also chipped in with my own stuff, and now the mod has recently been updated so that boats are not affected by the slowdown, the friction coefficient for tiles whatsoever. So now it works as intended, that all ships are no longer being slowed down by water tiles. So now you can set the settings for Noxus swimming appropriately. Because before, the workaround was that you would set the slowing modifier to 1, which means that it didn't affect the movement speed whatsoever. It was just like default speeds, like as if you were on land. The downside to that is that since you can also drive through water, the boats and the cargo ships mod by default are rather slow. The cars were like 4 times as fast driving through water than the actual ships themselves, you know, which is not really what you wanted. So now it's been fixed though, and now it actually works. You can still drive through water, but you get slowed down basically, right? So just a little bit of a story there for you guys. And I also convinced the mod offerer to allow for more control over the speeds in the cargo ships mod. Oh shit, I forgot one of the things here. Shit. Forgot to sort of copy this, move it over 1. Because the mod basically has like a setting where... Oh no, never mind. What am I doing? Got glass on the opposite side, god damn it. But maybe I don't need that. Yeah, I'm going a bit back and forth here. But yeah, the cargo ship mods has its own setting for yeah, just making sure I'm getting this right. It's got its own setting for movement speed is what I'm trying to say. But for some reason the offerer set a hard-coded limit to how high you were allowed to set this thing, and it only went up to a modifier of 2, with 1 being the default. So at the very most you could only speed up your ships 2-fold, which still, with the aforementioned modifier from the swimming mod set to 1, cars were still faster on water than the boats. So he's also increased that limit now, which I'm very happy about. And, you know, I understand why. The reasoning was that, and it says so on the mod page, that, you know, fast-moving ships look kind of silly. Which I can get behind that sentiment, you know? But from like a pure game mechanics perspective, when you're doing an island world, you really want the boats to be pretty fast. Because this is a lot of water. Like, it, you know, it's kind of hard to relate to, but if you think about the size of this factory, right, you can sort of get a feel for how big this area of water just truly is. So imagine a car being able to go 100 kilometers an hour across the ocean, but the boat is only able to do like 20 something. Basically it takes you like somewhere between 4 to 5, if not more, times as long just to get the same stretch of land covered. Which is not nice when you're being stressed out by a bunch of aliens trying to kill you. Right, so... everything has a time and place. Should be able to make this work. This is like super compact though. And we just needed to get that out. Just reducing the travel distance for these inserters a little bit. And then you put it on the inside. That's also another thing with the configurable inserters. Being able to tell them to put it on the bloody inside of the belt is just so nice. I know in a regular Factorio playthrough, you just put you know, inserters on the opposite sides and then, you know, work that way. But being able to do this is actually pretty damn convenient. Get rid of all this. Oh yeah, the funkiest things you can do with this is like this basically, because that's a long boy, and I'm pretty sure because there's more research you can do. If I remember correctly, if you do the very last research, they can actually reach 3 tiles over. So imagine being able to go in like 3 tiles over diagonally across. That's a far distance. It looks funny, but it's pretty damn useful. To be fair though, you know, that aside, it's always been a weird thing where they've got 2 joints, right? So if they've got 2 joints, how are they not able to like put it on the inside of the belt, you know? How are they not able to put it on the belt right next to it? Literally the only thing that sets these 2 inserters apart are the color. So the way that I sort of try and balance it out for myself is that I say, okay, by default, if I want to reach far out, I'll always be using the red ones, the long reach ones, regardless of whether or not I need to. Because, you know, you can take the small ones and now it's like a long inserter, you know. But it just feels more right to do it this way. For the blue inserters, it's a bit weird because there's no long reach ones of like variants of those. So when I start using those, it's more like if I need the speed. Otherwise, I'll probably just continue using the yellow ones. Hardly do I ever need to like use the blue ones even in a regular playthrough, so that's kind of where we are at. Yeah, this also looks way more convenient, or neatly packed. But yeah, look at this. Like, so this is where the factory, the previous design went to before. Oh my god. Look at this. This is delicious. Yes. Yes, they are. Actually, I don't know how it works with the other inserter mods or modded inserters. But I would assume that these, I mean, I know stag inserters from the base game are affected. But there's also these superior ones. But as far as I remember from the Bob's mod collection, the ones that were added through there were also configurable, and the Industrial Revolution ones are also configurable. The Steam ones. And they're not vanilla, so I assume it just like modifies them on like a ground-based level so that every single one has that setting now. Which is kind of cool. But yeah, this is fucking great. What do I do with all this space now? Now I'm kind of also regretting that I didn't do the factory over here like that. It's not really the same though. I guess it does. Yeah, I guess it's not really the same because these are sharing those copper wires. So, you know, one factory can supply 2 fermionic tubes. But damn, this is like and it's like scalable too, you know, you can just extend it ad infinitum until you run out of space. Or, you know, reach the throughput limits of your belt. But every single tile around this is like used up now. And what I'm thinking is that this input here is going to be for the small iron frames. And then I'm going to output the computers on the right hand side. Oh yeah, that's where I needed the small iron frames, wasn't it? So you just need one every 3.2 seconds, huh? Okay. But you make one every 2.4. Those are some annoying numbers to work with. Could also just like throw the numbers out of the window and just say like, oh, you just make one small iron frame per computer factory and you're good. Could you be smarter about this though? So 2 of these would be 4.8 seconds. 3 of these would be 7 seconds. Doesn't quite add up. Or am I miscounting this? No, I'm not. Right? No, wait. 7.2. Yeah. I cannot be bothered doing that. So what I have been thinking, like, and what I'm currently debating is, do I want a dedicated small iron factory? Iron frame factory? And then have, like, a couple for computers? Is that something that I should even... There's 11 things you can make. We need it for locomotives. But you don't really make a lot of those. Large iron frames, of course, but... Oh, the modules, that's where it's at. Okay. How is it for the modules again? Oh, I should just have gone in here. Is it like... Yeah, so you need the previous modules to make the next tier. Okay, so there is some reason to like scale up your basic computer production, and I might as well do it here, you know, since this is where we're working with it after all. Don't know how many of these I need, because like haven't really looked at the throughputs, but it's fine. If we just... I forgot something. Got these. There we go. If we just do this, we should be good. Because then I feel better about no wasted space. And then we can just make like a dedicated small iron frame factory and then funnel it in. Then the only question is, do I want to make those down here? I might as well. Oh shit. I completely forgot to add the output things for these. And inputs. Haven't even set these up yet. What the hell? There we go. Yeah, that should work out fine. Then some small iron frame here. Those are good. It really makes your brain work, this game, eh? also have to keep an eye on the time. So it doesn't end up getting really late. I have a bad habit of just streaming for way too long and then people just end up falling asleep or whatever. I don't know. I don't know if that's actually true, but it feels like it sometimes. I don't know if it's just because I feel like I need to like compensate for all the streams that I won't be able to do moving like for these current times, since I'm like on a different time schedule than usual. So sometimes I feel like I need to compensate, even though it's probably just a bad habit. Iron plates and rivets. We need so many iron plates. God damn it. I'm noticing something though. Nope. Oh, this is gonna be tight, but it's gonna work. Wait, why did I want those down here? Yeah, okay. Yeah. And then we share iron rivets and basic computer in one belt, put the iron beams on another, and then iron plates on its own dedicated thing. Which we already have here. I just need to like make way more of it. It might also be a thing where I won't exclusively have like iron rivets, but some of the space is going to be used for more iron plate factories. Might be a good idea to do it that way. Because I don't think that this one setup here is going to be enough, to be fair. It's a little bit annoying. How do I deal with that? Because truthfully, I should honestly just have one factory with, or like one long line of plate factories on either side of the belt, putting them in. Just to save space. But if I do that, then at least the factories that are going to be putting together these large iron frames, well, maybe that's actually not a problem. So here's what I was thinking. I was thinking on putting it down here, because then I could make these belts down here do double duty since they require a lot of the same materials. But maybe that is a bad idea because of all the, like, I don't need a lot of these factories in the long run. As far as I remember. Let me just double check. Right, because it's just for the electric crusher, mixer, assembler, chemical plants. Yeah, there's like a lot of buildings that need them, but they're like things you don't make frequently. Well, I guess apart from like the assemblers and all that stuff. Furnaces and such. Thinky think. Okay. Maybe I'm like not right on that then. Whatever the case, in order to make computers I needed the small iron frames. So we can start at least by getting those up here. Let's just do a straight line down, and if I need that space for something else, I can worry about that later. Let's go up to here. Okay, so first good. That should be computers being made. Don't have an output for these yet, but that's fine. Do I want to output them downwards? I probably do. normally I have like a not really a policy, but like a standard that I follow where I try to always make it so that the output comes in on the input side. That way you make it so that, you know, whenever you copy your design, you can just extend it and don't have to rearrange the output. Thanks for the stream. No problem, Wondergraph. Thanks for being here. Do feel free to come back later one other day. I'm mostly streaming in the weekends these days, so if you've got the time, consider dropping by. I'll also mostly be streaming like Factorio, and then if there is time, I'll try and do the Fallout stuff, but it's probably going to be Factorio for a little while. So yeah, thanks for dropping by with the raid and everyone else. I assume that's where you dropped in at least. Hope I'll be here next time. Good luck. Thanks. See you later. Completely lost track of who it was that raided me again. Damn. It's like all the way up here. Tyrannosaurus Hacks. Did give you a shout out at least, so hopefully that's good. Should make sure to go and follow them back, so I'll do that after the stream though. Have a bad habit of like forgetting to do that. So I'm just trying to make sure to actually do this. Okay, those are coming down. Ah, the plate situation. How do I freaking deal with this? Because we need so many of them. And the thing is, because we need so many of these, it's not enough to just extend it in length. I need it width-wise, but there's just not enough room for it down here. I mean, I could just make the large iron frame production somewhere completely different. Maybe that's honestly just the easiest solution here. And then what we will do is, I think, just move this down. So nice being able to do this. Because then I can put the plates together. Just so it doesn't have to be built in length as badly. Let's see how much room is that going to take. That's going to take 4 tiles. 3, 4, and then I need 1 more, right? So I need iron ingots on this side as well. Mirror those vertically. Right, I can't just do that. Not every time that the mirroring feature is the best. Or is a viable option, rather. Oops. There we go. Because it's like 1 iron plate per 0.8 seconds, right? Yeah. We're just extending it. I'm not really nitpicky about the throughput at the moment. I might need one additional iron belt actually. It's gonna be a little bit messy since I decided to like risk it for the biscuit. But I mean, there's no one that says I can't just do this. The main reason why I wanted the iron and the copper in the bottom, like that's not purely accidental. But it's so that, you know, you don't need as many underground belts. Not really an issue in the long-term plan. It's like pennies worth of resources that you lose on it at this stage. But you know, it's good practice anyway. Coolio. Get some more of you. Let's try this for now. Yeah, as expected. Once these start filling up, it becomes a little bit harder, easier to tell if they are actually like eating the whole throughput or if it's just because they need to like, they take a long time to craft, you know, but they have like a large internal buffer of resources as well. Did a dum-dum stranded on a barren planet, need a cargo rocket to get away from it again, except you didn't bring stuff for that. Oh. Dude, does that mean you have to like, I guess that means if you get stranded like that, you have to do everything from scratch, apart from the research, right? That sounds like a pain. Have I regretted the fact that the road goes in here? Maybe. I'm very much tempted to just build a large iron frame factory up there, actually. I might be able to get away with it. You can still interact with your main base, everything is just a bit more difficult. Okay. Well, at least you got that then, I suppose. Let's move you out just a little bit. I also need to get those across. Damn. Iron beams are in a bit of an annoying, like, location here. Guess I can do this at least. So maybe I just want to do this. Just trying to figure out the layout here. There we go. That's one resource taken care of. How far could I reach from here? Just about right. Okay. Cool. Oh boy, I actually ran out. Oh wait, it's just because I'm outside the range of the logistics network. Bring me things. Bring me things, your master commands you. Yeah, because how is it you have to stand in the orange area in order to be resupplied, right? The green area is just like the construction bot range, and the orange is the logistics. It took me like a while back then to figure that out as well. Like, why? Why you do this? It's coming together now. Iron beams, plates, rivets. And I want to merge computers and rivets onto one belt, so... How do we do that the best, easiest way? So far so good. Yeah, I think I'll be happy with this factory, which is the most important part of it. Always be happy with the things that you build. Like, I know... So, are you some of you guys familiar with Tumbling Satellite by any chance? He's been playing a lot of Factorio recently, and he's actually had a pretty decent amount of viewers from what I can tell. So I'm curious if any of you guys are familiar with him. But like, he has like a very different approach to playing Factorio compared to me, because we're different kinds of people, so it's expected. But it kind of gave me the impression that, different people playing the game differently will also stream the game differently. And for instance, one of the things he told me was that when he plays Factorio on stream, at least, you've seen him a few times. Bold Viking rated him once or twice. Oh, I see. Yeah, so I know Tumbles. We started streaming, like, no one know, but we started streaming around the same point in time. About, like, I started a little bit earlier than him, around, what was it, like start of summer last year, and he, as far as I know, started streaming around the same time. I could be wrong, but I was just curious one day and I looked it up. But anyway, so he plays the game where he says, like, okay, he doesn't want to, when streaming, he doesn't want to focus too much on the min-maxing aspects of the game, because he feels that it just takes too long and such. And it's like, for me, the game is very much, a lot about that as well. I don't know if he's changed his stance on it, because basically what he's working on right now these days, compared to like a couple weeks ago, is very different. Now that he's working with logistics and just these crazy setups. But yeah, I don't know, what do you guys enjoy the most about watching Factorio streams? Because I'm naturally curious about that. So here you guys have like some insight. Like, do you watch it more for the is it like, does it vary, or how should we put it? Like, there's so many factors here, of course. So I'm just like curious if you've got any input there. Like, just general. Because it's like, okay, there's the playstyle, where you're maybe a more casual player and you don't focus too much on like min-maxing things. There's challenges that some people like to do, where maybe that's your drive. Or another thing that some people mention, and also some streamers will worry about, is like, okay, playing with mods, for instance, and I've heard this from some people up until now, where it's like mods are cool, but it's also a little bit problematic when it comes to streams, because when you're playing a modded playthrough, it's really hard for someone who's only familiar with vanilla to keep up with what's actually going on, if you can follow, right? So it's like, which aspects here do you guys weigh the most? Like, which aspects of the streams do you enjoy the most? If you've got any, that is. I need so many bloody plates. The throughput is just not good enough. I'm truly considering making another factory. And maybe even like orienting it like this. The only thing is that right now I don't even know if it matters, because these iron ingots are just like not even coming through fully. Oh wow, Hamp. You should have been here like an hour ago. But thanks for dropping by. Yes, Mod Senpai has entered the stream. Oh, you were? Were you here when I got raided by like a raid of 70 something people? Because that was fucking ridiculous. Yeah, 72 people. That was 2 hours ago. Yeah, I know you lurk in here. You lurk. It's fine. It's fine. I was just pulling your leg. Yeah. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, that was 2 hours ago. Yeah. Time goes by. See? Yeah, I thought so. I was just waiting for you to say that. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, this is probably way overkill. There's no way that I can supply the iron plates for this. But hey, it exists now. Maybe when I get like faster conveyor belts, this becomes relevant. Let me just take a look, see what's happening with all the iron. Yeah. So like the throughput from the forge, if you will, isn't completely smooth. After all, with Industrial Revolution, the furnaces sort of produce things in like larger bulk, which has had some interesting consequences. So if you take a look, it's like 16 seconds to make 5 ingots out of 5 ore. So you make a lot at a time, but it also takes a very long time to do. So there's like a lot of, like, it's very chunky, you know, there'll be parts of your throughput that's really full, and then you'll have segments that are not as full. And it usually evens out over time, but not until like the belts are constantly running, because if a furnace is empty, or sorry, if it's full of ore, it won't produce any ingots, which means the frontmost furnaces in the setup like this, which are the ones to be filled the first in my situation, are also the last possibly to be completely emptied, since the furnaces further to the back are gonna fill up the belt in front of them, you know? Since an inserter can only put out ingots onto a belt if there's nothing already there. So that means once the ingots from further behind, this is what happens, where it takes longer for the frontmost ones to be emptied. And because of that, it opens up the possibility of these stalling completely, because they can't get rid of their stuff for a little while. Until the system, you know, starts going, and then it evens out a little bit. And then for the longer it keeps running, the more even it becomes. Hope that comes across correctly. So like, even putting more furnaces on might, you know, will improve the throughput, but it takes time before it is noticeable. And then again, if you have a period of time where you're not using as many iron ingots, you know, every time it sort of fills up this whole belt situation, it takes a while again before it restarts. Which is an interesting problem to solve, to say the least. And it's something I've noticed with both Industrial Revolution, or, well, mostly with Industrial Revolution, I guess, that a lot of the challenges that you're facing tend to very much be related to like throughput issues, if you will, since they have a lot of recipe changes where you're making things in larger bulk at a time. Or say like you've got something where you, like gravel and silica is another great example, where you take stone, you crush it to get gravel, but when you get gravel, it's a random number between 1 and 2, which you could do some statistical modeling on to try and figure out, okay, what kind of distribution do you want? That's one solution. And then again, that gravel you make silica out of. So in essence, when you're making a factory, every time you have a setup that makes gravel and silica, the end product is going to be anywhere from between 1 to 4 silica, in theory. Right? At least in terms of materials. Crafting times are a little bit more difficult to gauge, right? But it sort of adds this random element where you're like, okay, I can compensate by putting 50% more silica producers in to account for the extra gravel, you know? And then the same for whatever uses the silica. But then you get like a weird lopsided factory setup, which just wastes a bunch of space anyway. The other thing you can look at it is that whenever it produces additional ore or whatever it is you're doing, the other factories that are not lucky, if you will, use less power. That's one way to look at it, right? So whenever you get additional ore outputs, you can just think of it as, oh, you're being more resource efficient from the mining perspective and more energy efficient from a production, like manufacturing perspective. So even though you're maybe having some few factories that occasionally don't run at full capacity, it's not really like you're still gaining something positive in the end as a result there. I hope that's understandable, at least. It's a weird thought process even for me, right? So, and I kind of just thought about these things because, you know, I was evaluating, okay, is this like a good way of doing it, or like, why are they even doing it this way? Could they have done it somehow differently and it would come out as a better result? Anyway, so electric crushers and assemblers and all that. So we need pistons and iron gears. But if I remember... No, I misremembered. Okay. Well, how long does it take to make one of these bad boys? 3.2 seconds. 3.2 seconds to make one of these is not a long time, and considering I just had like one of each being made before and it was fine, I assume I can get away with the same in this new setup. Well, and I was thinking that I've got all this bare space here which probably won't be used for anything in particular. And I already have engines being circled around here for the inserters, and I need inserters for one of these, the assembler anyway. Why not just make the factories here? I think that makes a lot of sense. And I've also got iron rods, which is one of the components needed for iron pistons, on the same belt as the electric engines. So That's pretty good, because that eliminates one of the components needed at least. I probably won't make a dedicated piston factory. That doesn't seem to make much sense. Let's just take a look real quick. So every 3.2 seconds you need 4 pistons. One piston takes 1.6 seconds to make, which means in that 3.2 seconds one factory can make 2 pistons. So can you work around that? Okay, maybe making a dedicated pistons factory makes sense, since you need quite a lot of them. For like a mixer, you could just make a piston factory next to it and just use the iron rods and then combining it with the other material on the side right next to that. But given the circumstances, let me just quickly see where we even getting the iron rods from, because it's being extracted. Obviously, you know, it's splitting production between a lot of things. Okay, so there's quite a lot of them over here. I also happen to have iron plates on this belt over here, and a bunch of empty space in there, so maybe I can just make the pistons there. That's actually not a bad idea. Actually, I don't even need to modify those belts. I can just put the freaking factories down. Nice. Yeah, alright. No worries. Of course, it's going to share resources with the ones producing the actual electric engines themselves, but this poses one problem though. I can't use the regular trick that I've been doing. At least not how I normally had things set up. So I need to offset them a bit, and then we should be able to pull it off. That's fine. Because I do need to reach all the way across to get that sucker there. And it can be like either of these, really. But yeah, pistons, everyone. Since I won't be able to put any other factories, I might as well just, like, do the output on the opposite side here. Sweet. Just put as many of these in as we can fit, because that's how many we're gonna get. I think this is a fairly decent amount. I mean, I could technically extend it even further down if I wanted to. Don't want to completely overdo it though. We can do one more. Also, I don't really need these. Since I don't have those factories down there. Alrighty, now we got the pistons. What else do we need? Electric motors we got, pistons we got, iron plates. We got those. Iron gears though. Not really making any of those in the other factory. Are we making any up here that I can just steal or redistribute? Oh right, yeah, they were going down here along with the plates, but that's maybe stretching the production facility a little bit thin, isn't it? Because though there is a lot of them, every every 3.2 you need 16 plates for one of these. Granted, you only have one factory making these. And every 0.8 you make one per factory. So you make 4 plates per factory, meaning 4 eighths. So you just need 4 plate factories to produce 16 in that time space. That's not so bad. And then we need gears. And those are being made on their dedicated track over here. Yep. So those are the same production time numbers. So making 16 gears or 69 plates take the same amount of time. In effect. There's one little detail that you can overlook, but it's like, you know, to make a gear, the total time it takes is 1.6. But that's only until like the first factory has made an iron plate and it's in the system, because then, you know, while the other one is making a gear, it's also making another iron plate. And then it, in essence, becomes a total craft time of 0.8. So it's true, but not true in reality, because it gets offset. Or however you want to explain that. So that just leaves the inserters, and those are being made here, so... Actually, why are these... hold on a second. What am I missing here? The lenses? Oh, I see. Good thing I noticed that. Okay, well now we should be getting these filter inserters. But yeah, I can just like extract some of these out on the opposite side and then loop them around here or something. That should be fine, am I right? It's not the prettiest, but considering that all the rest of this factory stuff is already working as intended, this is going to be just fine. The stupid part is that it's literally just for the assemblers. It doesn't need that many. So it's a little bit overkill having this many of them. But I should probably have it on its own belt for the time being. I can always merge them. Because it's like, okay, there's the iron frames. Yeah, let's merge the iron frames in on that one. Those are up here. Let's just put them across. In a straight line for now. I can always move it around if we need to. Here we go. It's all getting together now. Well, since we do have a path here, I might as well try and make this a little bit more human friendly. We're under attack. So in case any of you have like seen these square boxes around on the outer map, edges of the map, yeah, these are like these. Oh, that's a problem. Oh shit. Okay, I need to go and deal with this. I'm surprised it's not closer. So the aliens decided to plonk down a base right next to one of my defensive hardpoints out there. Okay. Well then, Dragon needs to deal with this, I guess. I don't think, yeah. Okay, I don't have any limits on how many bullets I can bring along. Got turrets, all that good stuff. I think I've got everything I need. Just need to get over there. One thing I would like to do though is just get some more ammunition with me. Ah, shoot. I forgot, I haven't put in any buffer chest around here. Like a personal provider chest. No panic. There we go. Do need a roboport here though. There. Okay, let's try and run over there before it gets any worse. I guess we can also take a look at one of the other auxiliary bases that was destroyed to a certain degree, at least at some other earlier point in time. Got some mono wheels just hanging out here, so we can just pick one of those. Because though I do have a boat, I don't have any fuel for it yet. So yeah, we will be driving across the water. Should do just nicely. Actually, where do I have a gate? Okay. Gonna take the nearest. God damn it. Smooth driving. But yeah. Though you can drive / swim across water, as you can tell, you kind of like really slow. On the roads so far, I think I've gotten it up to the mono wheel that is 110 kilometers an hour or something. So it's a pretty stark contrast. But you know, you kind of need to be able to traverse across water. Yeah, it looks really funny. I mean, this I also get skid marks, right? Because I'm using the drift. What's it called? The mod that allows drifting. So, and because of the high drag coefficient of the water, it's like not allowing you to go so fast that the skid marks become pretty short as a result. Oh shit! Okay, maybe driving a little bit too close to the sun there. God damn it. But yeah, it looks funny, but it's, you know, it's a game, so. Shit. Until I found out that the range of the anti-material rifle was absolutely ridiculous, I was having major issues dealing with the large biters because they were starting to spawn in really great numbers. And for a very long time, and obviously it's like in the previous stream, I only had regular bullets, since the armor-piercing rounds are actually gated quite heavily due to Industrial Revolution, which is interesting as a challenge, but really difficult to work with. I think now that I know more about it though, I could probably do better a second time around, since a part of the problem is that the aliens would basically like evolve really rapidly compared to what I'm used to, since you would be running off of steam for so long. And instead of, you know, making coke, which is like a more efficient efficient type of fuel, I was kind of just like using regular coal for a very long time, which doesn't help. Well, add that to the kill count, or death count, I guess. Good thing I've gotten more than one mono wheel around. I don't even think I'll be able to make a new one now that I think about it. If I were forced to make a new mono wheel, I would be screwed. Because don't they require like... Let me see here. Okay, it is copper and tin, so it's not completely fucked. If it were bronze, then it would have been pretty bad because I'm not making any, but Also, the pellet coke from Bioindustries is really fucking powerful. So let me just try and illustrate this to you guys while we're driving back. So the coke that you get from Industrial Revolution, right? You can take regular wood and then put it through a charcoal kiln and you get this stuff. So it's got a slightly higher pollution, like fuel pollution rate than coal, if I remember. Ah, great. Ah, what? Okay, yeah. I should maybe have mentioned that links in my... I really need to make a chat overview thing, because people have a tendency to want to post links for relevant stuff and then they get timed out. That's like... I guess so. Streamlabs Automod just works by URL, so as soon as something remotely resembles a URL, it'll catch it. So even if it's like, hey dot, I am here in one word, then because there's a dot in the middle of that sentence, it considers it's a potential URL and will do it, which is really annoying. What I can do though is that I can do this with Streamlabs, assuming I remember correctly. I think it's exclamation point. Should be. I'm pretty sure it's not a... Oh, it's... I did it wrong. I rarely get to use these, so... There we go. I think it's permit. There you go. I thought so. It would give you a response. What? Did it not work? Now you've got twice the permission, allegedly, unless it's not. Am I spelling your username wrong? Yeah, I'm spelling your username wrong. I forgot of why. See, that's like... that's on me. Thanks for being so cooperative though. But yeah, it's like the moderation features aren't always like on point. Also, you might have noticed that in the stream overlay, all the URLs are still being passed on, but that's because the stream overlay moderation happens through Restream, and their filtering process is even worse. Yeah, it works. I was pretty sure it works because Toto, who was... I wonder if she's still lurking, but she's like a pretty regular in here, and she's used it on a couple occasions. But yeah, I think it might help a lot if I put it into my chat, like make a chat rules thing and say like, oh, okay, URLs are like auto-modded, so if you want, you can ask for a permit basically, and I'll most likely grant it. The main reason why it exists is because a bot will come in and like say, and the YouTube bots actually do that, you know, they come in with like something dot something or whatever, and because it looks like a URL, it will be caught by the automod. But Restream works differently. It's basically, for those that don't know, Restream is a platform where, and how do I deal with this? It's a platform where instead of streaming directly to Twitch, say, you can like, and I'll just cover this and I'll take it. Yeah, exactly. What am I thinking? So Restream is like a platform where instead of streaming directly to Twitch, you stream onto their platform, and then it sort of acts as a mediator, and then as the name implies, it'll restream that content to whatever other platforms you've got configured for it. So instead of me from my computer streaming to Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, all of that at the same time, which would require you to spend a lot of processing power for each destination, then Restream takes care of that. But because of that, it also requires a lot of other stuff. It has its own limitations. Automod is completely fine. Only Twitch links should be allowed by Streamlabs. I think that's fine. Yeah, so automod is like the thing where you're using words that could be taken offensive, you know, such as racist, or words that you normally use in the racist context, which a lot of the time automod also says like catches those things when it's not like meant in like a racist context, but rather say like it's really hard to talk about RimWorld related things without talking about mentioning words related to war crimes, right? And crazy stuff that, you know, is normally considered what do you call it? What's the word for it? Inconsiderate. But, you know. So where Restream is a little bit of a problem is that in order for you to relay the messages between the different platforms, you also need to use their overlay. And the issue is that their overlay uses their own moderation tools, meaning that even if I set up Automod and use Streamlabs and it gets moderated in Twitch chat, it doesn't matter for Restream. It just completely ignores it, which is kind of problematic because it means that, say, someone posts a link without permission and it gets like caught, you know, through the Streamlabs moderation tools or whatever. Okay, this is not good. There we go. All my construction robots died. Well, the thing is, because it's using Restream's moderation for the overlay, those messages still show on the overlay as well. And I looked at what options they have, and it's, you know, probably because Restream is a fairly new thing in comparison to all the other platforms. But like the only options they have is like a filter section, and the only thing you can do there is say, hide messages from common chat bots, and then you can now filter out messages. But it's very precise, meaning that it will only automod exactly the things that you put in. So if you put in the word www dot, for instance, then it's only gonna moderate those letters in the URL and make them into asterisk. So it's like fucking stupid. Hopefully they fix this stuff soon though, because not having any auto modding options is so dumb. I don't even think you can like ban certain like specific users either. And the timeout feature from Twitch doesn't affect either, where Twitch will like remove the messages as well, right? Actually, I don't know if Twitch's overlay does that either, but yeah, it just completely ignores all of their moderation tools that are in place, which is not favorable. But you say there's a scooter in GTA which can't be mentioned by name because it's censored. I could be cheeky and ask which scooter are you referring to? But I guess I could also ask which GTA though, because there's a lot of those. I assume it would be GTA 5 because it's the most relevant game, but you know, can't be sure. This freaking antimaterial rifle is so good though. If I didn't have this, I wouldn't have been able to take out these bases. These big worms just have way too many hit points. A very long time I was actually kind of stuck too, because in order to do military research, you need this stuff from the alien bases, right? And because I couldn't take out the big biters and they were all over the place, or starting to be all over the place anyway, I kind of didn't want enemies, the aliens, to spread and make more bases after I took out the initial ones. And I didn't know that biomass would be such a big problem, and that you could also like make a biomass production when I started playing, so I used it all up on earlier stages of military research when when it's also required in order to research the ability to make more of it, this stuff, in the biolab. So I was like, okay, I need biomass in order to research the thing to get more biomass. But there wasn't really any alien bases I could feasibly take out. But fortunately there were some biomass here and there, and I scraped enough together to get the research. So it wasn't impossible, it was just like really difficult. Sweet. The drifting mod is pretty cool. It does sort of play together with, but not as well as I'd hoped with the other mod I'm using. Don't even know if I can show that anywhere. I think it might be in here. Yeah, so there's a mod called Vehicle Snap, right? And one of the things that it does is that it snaps your vehicle onto like one of X amount of definable degrees. But if you take a closer look, the drifting mod, sort of when you're doing turns, and not driving into things, it does kind of like make you slide off to the side a little bit. See, now I'm almost on the grass. Ring ding 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 ding. It's really cool though. And with the asphalt mod, you can get like really high speeds. Well, I guess you can do that without, but you know. Driving along rails. Yeah, well, driving along anywhere really. Just literally anywhere. It works really well if you're like me, using the asphalt mod to lay out roads, because sticking onto the roads in a narrow area is pretty cool, and especially for multiplayer it's highly recommended, if you ask me anyway. We used it to great effect at least, and avoided colliding with each other. Good thing I've got a little bit of a stockpile here. Wait a minute. Don't I have these? Excuse-moi? Moi? Why were I not getting resupplied with robots when I got back home? Well, maybe I were, and they were like just... Oh well. Oh well. The one thing about the drifting mod that's really funny though is that you can drift with your boat, by the way. Because I was like just trying out to see if the mod configuration and setup and everything was working correctly before starting the playthrough back then. Where I was like spawning in the ships and such, and I found that you could drift with the boat, which is kind of fun. I don't know if it also works on the... what do you call it? On the airplane. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see when I get to that point. But a drifting airplane is kind of hilarious to me. And also a little bit silly. Ah, shoot. I forgot to repair that. Oh my goodness. Where did all these fuckers come from? When did all that happen? Oh my god. I think... Oh, you know what I think it is? I think this base down here was wrecked, and this one up here, allowing the aliens to migrate through, and then they've just been like establishing themselves again along the shoreline. This is what they used to have as well, but shit. Shit. Should I go down and take care of business? I don't really want to if I don't have to. Pollution doesn't even reach that far at the moment. But as soon as production starts up again, then yikes, it might be a problem. Yeah, that's Future Dragon's problem. Let's just enjoy this. So let me just see. Yeah, we got everything we need pretty much. Number one priority are assemblers. And then next one over would be crushers, mixers, and then finally the scrapping machine, which I haven't even started using yet. It's not really like worth having a dedicated factory for them, but I guess I might as well. Because then when I finally unlock the research for it, I can make some logistics buffer chests. Just so that I don't end up having them all over the place. Yep. Let's get this in. I need one of those for each. Let's hook you guys up with power. Could actually make it even more condensed here if I... Oh no, I can't. I need those to go all the way down. If I hadn't had that piston factory, we could just have cut off and then save one tile of space, but I mean... Meh. Meh. Meh meh meh. You... Wait, I'm missing something. Crap, I'm missing something. God damn it. Well, how do I want to set this up and then... Whoa. Okay, redesign time. Not a massive one, but you know. Where are you? There. What do you even need filter inserters for anyway when you've got mini loaders and splitters, right? There are uses for them still, but this is definitely like a way more efficient way of doing it. It takes up more space, but then does it really? Because you're just using one additional tile regardless. You're not using power, so you don't need any electricity pole. It's just the layout is different. And it's got its limitations too. But I've grown pretty fond of sorting things in that manner. If you can say it like that. Let's do on the right then. Because of course if you do it like this, then it also splits the resources apart. So not always like what you want, but there are other ways you can deal with that too. I've actually used that a couple places. If I can think about it. Nah. Because here I'm using it as well, right? Because when you're washing the ore, you get like a secondary product. So I'm just like filtering all the pure iron out, and then all the chromium just gets put in a stockpile for the time being. Which this is actually almost full. I might need to make a secondary stockpile just for now, just to keep things going. But one thing at a time. Okay, so are we getting the things that we need over here now? Yeah, I think so. No? No, we're not. Okay. Now it needs all three. And you need plates and pistons, which are on completely separate belts as well, so you also get one of each. Same situation here. And same, okay. I mean, it makes the factory layouts a little bit easier to do, but because it's literally the same for every single one of them. That's also something I was struggling with when I started out with Industrial Revolution. Figuring out exactly like also I can do something here. Figuring out like exactly which resources are better to put together than others, if you know what I mean. Cool, okay, well, we've almost got all our basics covered now. One more thing I need in terms of basics is electric poles. But I don't know if I should start making other ones or if I should go with a lot of the same. Because the small iron poles, though not far reaching as the medium steel pylons, are doing a well enough job. Like, it's not, one way of saying it, like, having the larger poles wouldn't have made a difference in these setups here. Right? Because I wouldn't be saving any space. I could just, like, not use the underground belts then, maybe. So I haven't really felt the need for those other than in areas such as this over here, where you need to cover like a larger area. Also, I've noticed that these actually reach further than in vanilla, because they do a 9x9 here. Normally they do like a 7x7, right? Yeah, because having one on either side of like 6 inserters was just barely covering them all, but this is much better. Oh well. But yeah, so far I've been using these large wooden poles from Industrial Revolution and the small iron poles from the same mod. But I could have also used these huge wooden poles from Bio Industries. They have a 64 wire reach. And then only like, you know, a 2x2 supply area. So these are just for moving power between places. They don't actually supply energy. There's these bigger poles which are far-reaching, but I think I'd rather use the ones from Industrial Revolution because they have like a larger area. Well, I guess they also take up a larger space, huh? So actually these would have been better. But they're more annoying to make because it's like, oh, you gotta make wooden beams too. God damn it. Of course, also the large steel pylons. I could make these. Wire reach 32. Wow. Hold the phone. Only 32? Huh. I mean, I'll need them for making floating electric poles for the cargo ships. But the huge wooden poles are actually really good. They have a wire reach of twice that. Holy shit. I need those. I need to make those. I have no reason to not do that. Because once you start making like railroads and such, those are going to be super beneficial. Do need concrete though. But yeah, I think that does mean I'll need to make small wooden poles, the bigger wooden poles, just to make those. So I'll be making all those free regardless. But I think I'll still make small iron poles. I don't know about these large wooden ones though. Maybe I'll also do those. Would be better to do the steel ones instead of the wooden ones I've been using, since they're both a 2x2 supply and a 4x4, but these have a lot longer wire reach. So maybe that's what I want to do. So not like, don't make large wooden poles. Okay. And then there's of course the substations, and then you've got these huge substations, which is a Bio Industries thing. A 101 by 101 supply area. Holy... But Jesus. Wow. Holy crap. Okay, so for reference, this regular substation only does a 20 by 20. What the beep? Dear God. This huge substation can power stuff in a larger area. No shit, Sherlock. Like, Bio Industries does a lot of compressing for power. Another example is that... Let me see if I can find it. You can make these solar power plants and boilers. Yeah. I think the... No. Not exactly the one I was thinking about, but this is also Bio Industries. So this produces both solar power and steam? Wait, how does that even work? Why does it... Okay, so it says it consumes power, but it's also... What? What? So does that just mean it consumes that power that it generates? I'm confused. What I was thinking about is these huge accumulators though, which is basically like sticking 50 accumulators in and it only is like one thing. So huge accumulators that can store very large amounts of energy. Sometimes size really does matter. But yeah, I just thought I'd mention that because that's some stuff that we can look forward to, but right now I need to get these electric poles created. So what we're gonna need? We're gonna need iron, copper, wood, steel, rubber. Does that cover it all? I think that covers it all. Yeah. And then I need concrete, which is stone. Okay, well... So concrete I also need for other stuff, right? Amongst a few things, a couple buildings needed. But refined needs sulfur. God damn it. Well, it's a lot of the same materials though if you look at the shopping list at this point. And sulfur right now is produced over here in this refinery. And I mean, I've got space reserved to move sulfur along that buffer strip here, so we could make a concrete factory here. I mean, we've got a stone mine up there and down here, so it seems like a pretty, and down there too. So since there's a lot of stone here, this is actually a prime spot for doing it. And there's also a limited amount of space, so it might be a good investment. And then maybe some pathing here so that you can get up to this point without a lot of trouble. Also to separate the factories a little bit. Because this seems like a decent capacity for the needs that we're going to have. I mean, compared to what the old factory that setup I had did, and the fact that this is already completely full is amazing. How long I'm going to stream today? Not for much longer though, so about 15 minutes I would say. Because it is getting late and dinner time for me is like normally, what would that be? 45 minutes from now I would start making food, but you know, it's been a long stream already, so we're getting pretty close. I'm usually a little bit fluid on that. Normally I tend to start streaming at 1 p.m. and then around this time is when I wrap up. But because I started streaming earlier today and I've just been having such a good fun, you know, it sometimes goes a little bit beyond that. But yeah, I don't want to overdo it either. I have like this thing with the Factorio save though, that I do play it off stream as well, because sometimes like it can be nice just to like sit down and really figure things out and then show it off instead of working on it, you know, on stream. Like for instance, when I need to figure out these trains, since there's like a lot of stuff to think about, that's probably something I would do off stream. So, because yeah, some things can be a little bit difficult. But yeah, why are you asking? I assume I know the answer to that, but I'm just curious. And I usually don't stream on Sundays either, so it won't be until next week that I stream again, usually. Like weekend. And it's most typically Fridays and Saturdays. And even more so earlier in the day than later. At least my time zone. In case you're wondering, Denmark is GMT +1 at the moment due to how daylight savings and all that works out. So that means it is almost 5 p.m. for those using freedom units. We go by military time over here. So. Okay. Concrete. Just try and get as much done before the end. Have to work later the day overnight, so also eating. Yeah, sometimes I do eat on stream as well, and I do some pretty long ones. I actually still need to celebrate, and I know it's really terrible of me, but I still need to celebrate the 200 follower milestone I reached over a month ago now. But it's like it happened over Christmas, and like, or just before Christmas. So then Christmas happened, New Year happened, and at the start of the new year I started these business development classes, so my weekdays have also been super preoccupied. But the thing that I've got planned for it so far, which is on the table, is a there's this tool called InstructBot, which is a little bit like, what's it called again? It's basically a thing that allows viewers to use anything between like bits, subscriptions, loyalty points, all that jazz, to fire off commands and basically fuck with whoever's, you know, streaming. And the cool thing about InstructBot is that I've set up a loyalty store on Streamlabs with a bunch of redeems, and the points that you get for just hanging out you can use with this system as well. So not sure which game to use for it, but I have a couple ideas on the table as well in regards to that. And the idea is just to like get it configured and ready, which is why I haven't done it yet, because I don't have the time, but it could be a lot of fun, I think. And I probably, like, most of the redeems are going to be points based, so it could go terribly wrong because based on what I know for how many points people have in that loyalty store, I know, like, for instance, Toto, she has a lot of points. Hamp probably has a lot of points too, and some other people that used to be regulars, which have sort of like, you know, been busy lately, also have a lot of points. So I know that if these people show up that day, oh boy, it's gonna be pretty wild, depending on how I set it up. And it's completely configurable too, so if I want to, I can set up some really crazy ones to be like, you know, Streamlabs donation based or tip based, if that's something like, but I would only do that for the real, like, something really crazy, because I don't want it to be like too gated for most people. Absolutely. That's also why, like, the game choice is probably going to be something that I'm a bit more familiar with, because if I don't do that, it's probably going to be really hard to try and like actually make any progress. But yeah, that is the general gist of what I have planned for it, but it'll probably not happen anytime soon, sadly. So basically the way InstructBot works is that they've got like a trial period that you can do, which is, I think, 30 days. And unfortunately, like, you also need to set it up right. So within those 30 days, I both have to configure everything and we do the stream. And I somehow also have to manage time-wise to give everyone a heads up in advance so that it all adds up at the end, right? So, yeah. One of the streamers you watch play Escape from Tarkov and allows commands to interact with the game. So the streams through his weapons and bags away. Oh man. Oh god. It's like, what I'm thinking is probably going to be like a platformer, so something as simple as inverting controls might be one of the things that you could expect. And again, I haven't looked into the API for it, but I'm pretty sure you can do stuff like, oh, okay, for the next 30 seconds, you know, the game is every few amount of seconds just going to press A or something stupid like that. So imagine if it's like a platforming gamer, like A on like a controller. So imagine it's like a platformer and every 5 seconds it's just auto jumping. That could just be so fucking stupid. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. And that's also why I'm like, I've put it on hold, because I don't want people to miss out on that. The 100 follower celebration earlier this last year was, we did a hot tub stream where we played RimWorld. And, you know, the Dub's Bad Hygiene mod for RimWorld adds like hot tubs to the game. But I was also streaming in the hot tub session and had made like a hot tub overlay for the stream. So it was all like coming together nicely. It was a lot of fun. And, you know, just for the memes and stuff. Surprisingly, a lot of people dropped by and just like checking out what the fuck's going on over here, but you know, it's a good time. It's a good time. Well, we're in that iron needing situation as well. Do this. Okay, let me just try and figure out for the asphalt at least. Carbon steel. Stone. Iron. Sulfur. Okay, so those are the four core components. Okay, so I can't quite make it fit on this thin strip of land that's left. So I'd probably have to put it on the other side of the road, wouldn't I? Also, let's do this properly. 2 tiles. But yeah, it was fucking stupid.
Submit!
Thanks for that, Days Craft. There's a lot of you guys following today. It's pretty cool. Well, also thanks to the raid, I suppose. It's been pretty quiet these last days. Hello there. So, like, actually having a lot of people here is nice for a change. You been around here for long, Days Craft? Or you're just dropping in? So it was iron, steel. Do we? No, we do not. But we do have some steel up here. Speaking of RimWorld, another thing is that I also have made a few mods for it myself, in case you're curious. Like what other things I'm up to on occasion. It's like, I eventually got to that point. It's a while back now, but I got to that point that, you know, streaming RimWorld and with mods and such, which some people will get to, where you just don't feel that the mods always do what you want them to do. So, you know, I said, fuck it, I'll do it myself. And I made like some few mods. One of them being like the most recent one being a medieval mod patches, which basically just takes a bunch of features from other mods and then makes them slightly more compatible with a medieval run for RimWorld. It's not too polished, if I'm honest. Like, it still could use more work. But the general idea is there, and it does work at least. It's like if I had the time for it and there was a more motivation towards it, I would definitely go back and like add some configuration settings for it. Right now it's just like if you install the mod, for instance, it just like carries all the applicable patches, so since it does so many things, you can't really pick and choose without modifying the files. But yeah, I digress. Anyways, I think we're around a pretty good stopping point. So didn't quite get around to the concrete factory, but I mean, you know, work never stops in Factorio. Pretty happy that we got all this stuff built though, that we did, and also most importantly remove all that jazz. Do need to get this hooked up so we can get some fertilizer again. And yeah, I'll return to you guys with like, what you call it, more of the factory done. And I am doing like these progressive saves here. Basically every time I've done like a new session, it's been like a new save. So I can go pretty far back in time even. All the way back to very basics. So at some point I can do like a before and after. comparison on a stream, but yeah. All right, let's get out of there. Haven't done this much lately, but I actually have this neat little credits thing. Let's see if... Aha, Hamp isn't here anymore. That's the only thing. It does kind of give away when a moderator's in, but only like as soon as I pull up the credits. But thanks for those follows there. And again, thanks to Tyrannosaur. It doesn't quite put his name all the way up there, but Tyrannosaurus Hacks for the raid. Well, since there's still a lot of people in here. Ah, Toto is still here. Hello. Well, you were lurking, so kind of expected. And as usual, thank you as well for being here. It's good to have you here. You've been here pretty much every single stream, so... Well, we could try and say hello to Tumbling Satellite. I mean, I didn't mention him earlier. He is playing RimWorld right now. He and I, we play some of the same games. Like, he also does a lot of Factory games, including RimWorld type experiences, but he's more like focused on just those few titles. He's also played a little bit of Dyson Sphere Program, but he's a pretty cool guy, and does things a little bit more differently than I. So why don't we say hi to Tumbling Satellite? So stick around for the raid. You should get some loyalty points for that, I think. And thanks everyone for being around. It's been great. I hope to see you all in the next one. Again, I don't know exactly when apart from the weekends I'll be streaming, but I'll at least try and hit those dates. I might need like a break one weekend in a month or some, once a month or so, but you probably understand how it is. Anyways, I've been Dragon, and thanks for being here, and I hope that you have a pretty good rest of your day. Thanks for today, and goodbye everyone.